Alright, stream should be starting shortly.
Copy.
I'm clear of fuel. I wonder if I should just go to Pratt. Or Kingman makes sense. I don't know if anybody's got an opinion.
Alright.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I'm starting to see storms fired on my Medicine Lodge. That's well south of the boundary. Maybe Pratt and then Medicine Lodge. Something like that.
Alright, how is everyone doing today? We are currently just east of a severe thunderstorm warning here in Kansas. Let me just merge onto the highway here. My thumbnail today is pretty pathetic, I know, if you're watching on YouTube, because, well, I just had to put it together in about 30 seconds because I was not expecting to have something stream-worthy, like, right this moment. But that's a look off to our west. We are very close to Mound Ridge, Kansas. I'll zoom into that for you guys. There we go. It's a very pretty storm. Like I said, I was not expecting something to be worthy of streaming right this second. I've been driving almost non-stop since I got up this morning just to get to this position. So have a level 4 out of 5 moderate risk in place. I'm not quite sure what to make out of today because it's a bit of a strange setup, I guess. Let me just get a couple of things situated here. I literally started up this stream and got everything set up to start it from an off-ramp on the highway, so things look slightly interesting off to our west, which is why we are now live. This could be a longer stream, depending on how the night progresses. This could be a stream that goes till 10 o'clock tonight, or it could be one that ends at 6 o'clock. It's kind of very contingent on how this setup evolves. Another potential major issue today is the risk of flash flooding. There's also a moderate risk for flash floods and excessive rainfall, like you can see down there. There's already been a couple of flash flood warnings that have been in place that I think most of them have expired now, but that was from the overnight rainfall, and there's definitely a chance for more rainfall today, a pretty good chance. is really the only, well, let me take that back and look at a couple of things first.
Medicine Lodge. Supercell and maybe a tornado along the boundary.
So for now, we'll just kind of keep dropping south. We may go a little bit west just to get a pretty view of this storm.
Sorry, I was
A little-
taunting Daniel.
Might get a little bit better view of the storm a little closer. But then we're going to continue to drop south because this is based on some model guidance and what the SPC is saying. It's predicted to be turned into a damaging wind threat as this moves south and east as the squall line matures.
Yeah, I'll just keep going south. I'll probably bring the stream up in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I would make it to Kansas for this risk, but I managed to get here. I drove till 1:30 this morning, and then I slept till about 10 o'clock, and then started driving, and here I am. No, we'll stay on the highway for the moment. I was thinking about exiting here, but we'll hold off for a minute and continue with this because we don't want to kind of fall behind on this storm. But regardless, I think depending on however today plays out, we should see some pretty storms, so that's always a good thing. Just give you a zoomed out view for the moment. Yeah, if you look down to the right there, all that is flooded. And there's going to be more rain throughout the day, so flooding is definitely a concern today for a lot of east central Kansas and southeast Kansas. Dodge a cone in the road. Hold on. There we go. Got it. Oh, we didn't get it. We missed it. I'll give you guys another zoomed in view of this so you can see more of the structure. Construction on this road, and so this storm is no longer severe thunderstorm warned. It dropped that short immediately after I started the stream, I just forgot to mention it. But once we get down to about Newton, we might stop just for a minute and kind of watch as the storms roll in better. But I want to get to a due north-south road so that we're not trying to go southeast as the storms are moving east. Otherwise, if we make one mistake, we'll be caught up in the precipitation and we won't have a view at all. As we're getting a little further away, it's getting harder to make out some of the structure, but it will return once we stop and let the storm get a little closer again. This is a very dynamic environment today. A lot of the storms will depend on how the atmosphere progresses throughout the afternoon, because the outflow boundary is moving south, and we've got this, and it depends on whether it stays into a line, kind of breaks up into more semi-discrete before it potentially becomes a line again. Has a lot of factors in storm intensity, hazards, and timing for a lot of places today. Very shortly, just up here, the road will begin to turn from southeast to due south. So then we will find a good place to probably stop and watch the storm get closer. When we stop, I'll also have to find where I put my scene switching controller. I had to take it off to hook up one of the cords, and it's either on the seat or in the bag next to me, so. Guys, another zoomed out view. Yes, we have a level 4 out of 5 risk today, so the portion of the risk that, the portion of the hazards that triggered the moderate risk is mainly for damaging winds for the Boeing line segment as the evening progresses. once again, just like in Minnesota yesterday, there are many areas around here that have no weather radio coverage today because the transmitters are down, which is definitely not ideal with a moderate risk over the area.
Channel mode.
I can demonstrate.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Maybe.
6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 1,
Huh.
2, 3,
Must not be getting a good signal on any of the stations right now.
5, 6.
Oh good, this station is back online. A little further north of here, when I was trying to tune in, it was saying that this transmitter is offline and to switch to another one, but then I switched to another one and the other one was offline as well. So hopefully at least some of the area will have weather radio coverage today. So I guess we'll head a little bit west and get a little closer view of this, and then we can come back east and drop south on the interstate again.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto South Kansas Road.
Trying to decide if we should actually continue east and looking at this, or if we should continue to drop south, because I can give you guys a quick look at radar here while we're stopped waiting for traffic. We've got this outflow boundary here that's just north of Wichita, and what we would like to see is mainly storms south of that boundary, because right now these are all north of that outflow boundary right now. But if I play the radar loop, it's moving south at a pretty good pace, so I don't want us to be too far north of this and then not be able to catch up to it later. So although this storm does have some structure to it right now, I think what we're going to do is drop south, or continue to drop south, because it's way too early in the day to be able to be writing off the rest of the day by sticking with the first storm that we see.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Southeast 24th Street. Take the next right onto Southeast 24th Street.
Because there's a lot of day left for storms, and don't want to be
Continue on Southeast 24th
baited by the
Street for
first
1
storm
mile.
that looks semi-decent.
Continue on South Kansas Avenue for 3/4 of a mile.
area does have a bit of structure with that little bit of a lowering there. I think there's not a lot on radar to support any organized rotation there, so that's likely more of a shelf cloud outflow type feature
In a quarter mile,
at this
turn
point.
left onto the US 50 East, Kansas 15 South ramp to Wichita, Salina.
And of course now that little area is hidden behind the Walmart, so just have to wait until we pass a little further up ahead, and then we'll see what happens as the day continues. Guys
Turn left onto the
probably
US 50
missed
East ramp.
the lightning.
Continue on US 50 East for half a mile.
Give me just a second while we navigate this curve, and then I'll get the camera spun back around the direction that it needs to be so you guys can continue to have an eye on this. Yeah, it definitely looks more like a
Use the right lane to take the
shelf
135
cloud
South ramp to Wichita.
outflow type feature.
Use the right lane to take the I-135 South ramp, then merge onto I-135 South.
Yeah, I don't know how far I am from that, but I think it's quite a ways.
I'm just gonna do a quick test of my switcher to make sure. Yep. Alright. So it is properly connected to the streaming stuff, so we're all good there. Well, that storm down by Medicine Lodge, is it going to be continuing more east, or when it matures will it turn more southeast?
Let me pull the sounding real quick. It'll be going more northeast as it matures, and then taking an east turn as it turns right.
Interesting. Okay, sounds good. We do have a potential updraft going up east of
You
Medicine
see, they
Lodge.
trimmed that tornado watch kind of in a shape there, because they got the thing going all the way down to like I-40, but they didn't even want to include that section down by like Medicine Lodge and stuff to south of Dodge City. That's kind of interesting that they kept that out of it, but put it that far south. I know that boundary and stuff is an issue, but it's just weird how they did that.
Yeah, so there's a potential updraft going up
Yeah.
east of Medicine Lodge, and that storm will, as it matures, it should be more northeast direction or trajectory, and then as it matures, it'll slowly turn more eastward. So
expected to. So
Give me just a second, I can
this
show
cell
you guys.
can mature. I'll say 5 more years.
We've got the storm is over here by
I don't think I can get to it.
Medicine
I hope
Lodge,
something happens kind of in
and
that Medicine Lodge
we're gonna
area,
keep
just
going
south,
down here, and the
because,
storm will kind of go like that, and as it matures, it'll turn more
you kind
east.
of run into a issue
So it
with
kind of
the roads,
depends on
when you get,
where
like,
this
north of
outflow
that
boundary
BS
up
area,
here
so you
ends
get
up,
kinda-
and how this convection back here will affect
kind of
the storm
north, like,
as it matures.
Medicine Lodge to Wellington or whatever that is over there.
And trust me, I have not forgotten about sharing any of my pictures that I had taken yesterday. I just literally did not have time to really upload those anywhere or even go through them really, because I ended up driving till 1:30 this morning, slept until about 10 because I wasn't even sure where I was going to go at that point. I had honestly debated writing off today and going east towards the enhanced risk tomorrow, but the models have definitely downtrended on tomorrow compared to what they had been yesterday. So I figured it was, and today's a moderate risk. It's kind of hard to justify writing off chasing a moderate risk to go chase an enhanced risk the next day when you're about the same distance away from both targets. So right now that's look off to our west-northwest is where the camera's facing right now. But yeah, we'll just have to see how long the stream will end up going today. Because honestly, the model guidance for today, it has some consistency at portions of it, but other parts of it, it's like, well, which model will be right, or will none of them be right? So really have no idea what to expect today. The SPC seems to have enough confidence in damaging wind that they've issued that moderate risk. So we're here, we're in the risk area, so see what happens. Or anything can happen, so for all we know, the severe risk could kind of crap out and it just becomes the main hazard becomes the flash flooding, so we'll just have to see.
Same on here too, and other radar apps. Like it's not just north here. It's like it's down on TICH.
Yeah, I was just looking at that from the new updated radar site.
I don't know if you guys have opinions. Do you guys think I'm better off going to Pratt than Medicine Lodge? Or you guys think maybe I just need to go down to Pratt, go east, and just get in front of this line? Because I don't know if we're looking at mainly a concern here south of this line, or maybe more concerned with what happens east of it. Because I could probably cut through this thing pretty quick.
I guess that's I'm not really too sure. I think probably going south and then east is the best play here, but if that cell by Medicine Lodge really takes off quickly, then maybe want to go east out of Pratt. I just want to see what it does in the materials.
Alright, good call. If that one starts taking off in about 15 minutes when I get to Pratt, I'll just go east and west south.
Sounds good.
Decisions. We might go just a little bit west and take a peek at this storm. It does have some broad rotation on it. Nothing screaming tornado or anything like that, but enough that I feel like we could go check it out, as long as it still looks good by the time we get up to a potential west option up here. Couple of things here. I guess we can probably go west on 96. How far west of us is the line? About 20 miles west of us. Truck had a lot of tree branches on it. Oh boy. So yeah, at this point, we will likely go west on 96 to get a little close to the storm, take a peek, and then see where we want to go from there. Yep, you can do it. You can do it. Yay, you made it.
You can kind of see there's an outflow boundary, or is this still a boundary like bending north towards it? It also has an outflow boundary moving south and north of it. So I don't know. I think I have a feeling about this thing. If this thing can latch on, it might be interesting.
Man, dang it, Evan, why'd you have to say that?
Well, I mean, yesterday we got a incredible tornado off the fair weather cumulus cloud, so
we are gonna continue south and not head west so that we can get eyes on that Medicine Lodge area storm. Because he's right,
Yeah, and there's an
it
absolute
does have
crap ton of
potential
surface too.
boundary interactions.
So, it checks out.
So we are going to go south towards that Medicine Lodge area storm. Because even if it doesn't do anything, we can catch the rest of this line that we're on right now as it continues to the southeast.
So far, so I think it just needs a little bit of time. We'll see what it does with the boundary.
Let's see if I can get a new ETA to a location where we'll be able to see that
severe
storm.
1.5 inch hail moving east at 35 miles an hour.
South, I think.
Yeah, that Medicine Lodge storm just went a severe one. 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So let's see. Probably kind of over by Wellington is probably where we'll have to go.
It's getting vintage on it. Looks like it might be trying to reach towards the boundary. This thing's developing fast.
Head south on I-135 south.
And how far east?
Where do we think it's going to cross I-35 is the question. That'll depend on my ETA.
It's moving east at 35. Let me just put it towards Wellington. It'll be at Wellington in 90 minutes. 88 to 90 minutes.
Okay, I'm just over a half hour from Wellington, probably like 35, 40 minutes.
But you're in shape then. I think, yeah, it's going to be moving due east. It's already starting to go more east, so I'm kind of wondering if the bunker's right. It's going to be like southeast or something stupid, but at least the current showing east movement, so I think you're in good shape.
Honestly, you may be able to just drive west straight into this thing.
Got the popo going somewhere. Looking at Google Maps maps, there's no significant slowdown, so it looks like he's probably not going to a crash, which is good. See if we can get a good view on the roof cam again. See if we can get any sort of cool view. Oh, too far. Right about there, at least we got some cool clouds to look at, so. We're about a half hour-ish from Wellington, where we can head west towards that severe wind storm. Welcome to everyone who is joining today. Glad that you could pop in for the stream. We have a level 4 out of 5, moderate risk for severe weather here in Kansas. If those of you who are watching on YouTube saw my fantastically well done thumbnail, that's because I had to create it in about 30 seconds while I was parked on the side of the road so I could start up a stream. So I pretty much have not had a minute to spare all day, so that explains that. Turn the AC up just a little bit.
Mellow level meza developing on the thermal Doppler. Yeah, this thing is gonna probably try it.
We'll tell it to wait.
Oh shit, I'm over here driving down the road trying to use TeamViewer because I screwed something up. Like, this is just stupid. I like how we just all unload on Evan at once.
Easy target.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell Joe Biden to get the weather machine. Else thing stall a little bit. I think it's time.
Confluence band. We like Evan. So we've got 2 miles till we have to exit.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 1A for 47th Street East, US 81 South.
hold on just a second here.
This thing's probably going to slow down once it starts producing because the VWP is saying 24 knots, bumpers right. So,
Kansas Turnpike exit toward Oklahoma City.
I don't know. And there's an option to go, that's 42. But you could take a west option if this thing slows down and I'm in from the northeast side.
Yeah, I just checked the GPS again, and I'm actually less than a half hour from Wellington. For whatever reason, I still had it avoiding tolls on my Google Maps. So we're less than a half hour from Wellington, where we'll be able to head west.
I got a stalled out train. Boy, if that ain't how it goes.
Oh boy, sounds like not so fun.
In 3/4 of a mile, take the I-35 south, Kansas Turnpike exit toward Oklahoma City.
Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to go back all the way into Pratt. There's like a freaking train as long as I've ever seen it. It's very long in each direction, and I don't know how this game goes.
That's unfortunate.
In a 1/4 mile, take the I-35 south, Kansas Turnpike exit toward Oklahoma City.
Well, more storms firing back to the west of the cell, west of
Take the
Medicine Lodge, so
I-35 south exit, then
those might
merge
be
onto
worth keeping an eye on
I-35
too.
south.
Really not a whole lot to see visually, so I'm gonna at least try to point you in the direction of something better than just the front cam looking at the road, I guess. Let's see. I just had to do like a quadruple take on that little river back there. I thought for sure that there was like the roof of a house partially submerged in the river. It was not. It was one of those like little inflatable slide things that they use. Like, I thought for sure it was the top of like a shed or something popping out from the river. And I was like, well, that's not ideal. Alright, here's the tollway. Hopefully it's not outrageously expensive. Probably is, but oh well. We've got places to be. Let's see. Absolutely. Places to be, storms to catch. I knew I would be in Kansas today, and I haven't chased in Kansas since like not last year, but a while ago. So I haven't had a chance to put my K-Tag toll pass in the windshield. I have it with me. I was going to install that this morning, but like I said earlier, I haven't really had a minute to spare all day, so oh well. Not getting anything about the severe thunderstorm warning. It's all talking about flood stages right now, so we'll keep that turned off for the moment, otherwise it's just unnecessary background noise. Like as of 5 minutes ago, there was a report of a rotating wall cloud on that storm.
Can confirm it is spinning hard. See it on screen.
Alright.
Alright, stream should be coming up momentarily.
And yet, it's still not tour possible.
More likely label on it.
Oh my god. I can't believe I'm so far behind.
Poor Vince.
Weak couplet developing.
Stop it.
Yeah, I told you to make it wait.
Yeah, I'm starting to get pretty pissed here.
Okay, good news, good news. The couplet disappeared this scan. It went away. Maybe it worked.
Thank God, finally.
Evan's probably just saying that to make you happy.
No, seriously, it went away in one scan.
I'm gonna change your radio name back to Honda.
Yes.
Won't complain about that.
So we might actually be starting to see the tops of our target storm. This way. So I guess for now we'll just keep the camera pointed at that.
After the train detour, the show is moving east, finally. But I got around it.
Alright, it is now tornado possible with golf ball sized hail moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. Okay.
Interesting. thing has slowed down and is turning more
I would
northeast.
say it does look kind of stable. If you look at velocity with all those pockmark shapes on there, I don't know. Maybe it's fighting some stable air. It might be just on the boundary between the stable and unstable air.
So our current plan is we're going to head down towards Wellington, and then in Wellington we're going to stop, top off on gas, and then head west. Just a second. Once again, have a lot of stuff going on all at once, and so it is a lot of times while you're out chasing. So
Top's over 60K now.
oh wow. Evan just said that the echo tops on this storm are over 60,000 feet, so the storm is very rapidly going upward. About 6 miles from where we'll start heading west. Right lane closed ahead. Okay. Hopefully there's not too big of a slowdown. Should be able to start getting a better visual on this storm very shortly. About 4 miles till we start heading west. So there's kind of the direction where we'll be keeping an eye out for a storm for the next couple minutes till we turn west, and then it'll be directly in front of us. Okay, we're gonna be making like the world's fastest fuel stop, hopefully, right after we get off the highway here. We don't necessarily need gas right this second. We've got about 5/8 of a tank, but I'd rather top off before we start heading towards this storm because we don't want to have to wait and then get gas later. Okay, I'm starting. I can see, I think, the left edge of the wall cloud that was reported. Still too far away for the camera to be able to pick it up. Evan, do you have any opinions on that storm just east of it?
Yeah, I've been watching that. Definitely a merger about to happen. Looks like there's cells firing in front. I wouldn't be surprised if it hands off to those eventually, but that merger's going to take time. I also don't like how the boundary is starting to move south now. This thing could lose the boundary. It's not really grabbing it. So I'm going to keep an eye out for anything like south of the storm, but as of right now, this still looks good, but I'm going to probably need to ingest a few mergers or something.
This is a weird exit. Gotta go all the way back to the left here to turn to the right. Very strange. So we go over the highway twice. Go to this overpass, and then we'll go back over the overpass.
Turn right onto US 160 West. Continue on US 160 West for 3 miles.
I'll get the camera resituated for us. And then I'll zoom in.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go south out of either Kingman or Cheney to try to get kind of in line with these.
Okay, so now we are heading west. Wow, this thing might be trying to wrap up based on radar. And we're going underneath the posted speed limit. Absolutely fantastic. I'm debating skipping getting fuel for the moment, because we still have 5/8 of a tank and should get us over 200 miles, and then I've got 2 gallons of gas in the back if needed. So we're probably going to hold off for now so that we can get on the storm. So this is Wellington. I'm not seeing a ton for easy access gas stations right along the road here. That used to be a gas station. Okay, so third exit. That'd be 1, 2, 3. Alright.
Exit the traffic circle onto East 15th Street. In a quarter mile, turn left onto US 160 West, US 81 South.
Indeed, I am going after it. Oh, why, red light, why? Please be a short one. Okay, alright. Got a green light. Can see the billowing cumulus tower on the left side there.
Turn left onto US 160 West, US 81 South. In half a mile, turn right onto US 160 West.
Okay, yellow and green. Alright, here we go. not going to turn the camera right this moment because we'll be turning again in a quarter mile and then it'll be lined up again.
Take the next right onto US 160 West. Continue on US 160 West for 7 miles.
Alright. We're now getting into position from the east here. Here's a look at radar from the terminal Doppler. And you can see the little bit of the area of rotation just south of Harper. We're the blue dot, and we are heading west towards this. So here's where the speed limit jumps up. Perfect. So the area we'll be watching for is going to be pretty much directly over the road further up once you get past some of these hills.
Oh, really, really broad. But I think we're starting to see the updraft to the east develop a mezzo, so would not be surprised if it tries to take over.
I'll have a visual on both of them in just a couple minutes.
Has ICT come back up?
Nope, not at all.
Great.
By the way, that storm by Medicine Lodge, it also has an echo tops over 60K. That thing's blowing up too.
Is that the one behind me?
Yeah, it's not really rotating, but I don't think it's impossible if something like... Actually, probably not. It's a bit too far north of the boundary, so I was thinking maybe if something could happen with the boundary. Probably not. The boundary's starting to push south now. Oh, we just got an observed tornado. Oh, are you gotta be kidding me? On the Harper storm.
But is it though?
Law enforcement confirmed. Oh boy. Let's confirm that myself.
I doubt it, because there's 9,000 chasers there. Like, this would be on Twitter right now. Guarantee it.
They just went observed tornado warning on this. I mean, we've got these scud fingers hanging down right there, but there's nothing here that I'm confidently going to say there's a tornado in there. But just a second here, guys. I'm going to zoom out. Look at this storm structure. I cannot confirm whether or not there's something on the ground, but there is a scud finger that's hanging down that appears to be very, very close to the ground. I can't tell behind the trees, and I can't tell if it's rotating either.
Copy that. That's probably what freaks people out when law enforcement saw. But maybe it did touch down briefly. Yeah, just keep an eye on that. I see it there.
So now I'm gonna zoom back into this for you guys so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It's that area right in there. Let's see here. I'm still not confident in confirming or denying whether there's a tornado down back there, because I cannot see all the way to the ground. But we're going to treat this as if it is an observed tornado and on the ground. Because that's the latest report that we have. Okay, Google, I no longer need your maps services at this moment.
Mesoscale discussion. Locally favorable area for a couple supercell tornadoes during the next couple hours. It's our supercell currently. Tornado 100 to 130 miles per hour.
Alright, so I'm gonna point out to you guys on stream what I'm seeing right now. We have these areas of like scud fingers that were over here.
Can you advise me which county name is Wichita County? Is it Wichita County or is it something else?
It seems like
City of Wichita, which you know
those
what county
scud
it is.
fingers have started to go back up into the storm. There's a more of a favorable.
The county in which Wichita is,
Nope.
it's Sedgwick County.
I have reason to believe that this is probably going to start handing off. It looks like a more prominent wall cloud is starting to form with the other storm.
Yep, can confirm that with radar. I think that's correct.
So we had those scud fingers over there,
There's like 2 or 3 different mesos. It's really weird.
and then there's this more pronounced area that's kind of right there. Let's see if I can switch to the front. Yeah, front cam actually has a little better. It's not as high of quality video feed as the roof cam, but it does have.
Given that
It is more
this
zoomed
still
in.
a little ways out, I think I'm gonna keep going east to go south out of Garden Plain.
Copy.
So I know this picture quality isn't quite as good, but
Actually, do you know how fast it's moving?
it's more zoomed in, so you guys can get a better view of it. Until we get a little bit closer, then I will switch back to the roof cam visual.
Okay, given that, I'm gonna go down the Highway 42 east. Thank you.
waiting for a new velocity scan.
But I don't think it's on the ground anymore.
Could you repeat that?
There was a tornado on the ground about around 10 minutes ago. It was a rain-wrapped cone, but I don't think it's on the ground anymore.
Copy that. That lines up with what I'm seeing visually at this moment.
It does still look like that eastern merger is taking over, though. That meso is continuing to ramp up.
I'm through Kingman, so maybe 20 minutes I'll be on it.
See how the roof cam visual is. There, that's a good visual right there. So over on the left side here is where the original storm's rotation is. And over here is the wall cloud for the storm that was just east of it that it seems like it might be handing off its rotation to. Let me check something here. Trying to get some updated information for all of you guys and for me. Is this thing still moving almost due east, or is it kind of northeast, southeast? What's it doing?
It is. Looks like it is moving pretty much still east. Yeah, I would say pretty much.
The eastern half of the rotation, that wall cloud is becoming much more pronounced and lower to the ground, and I'm starting to see some rising motion on the right side.
Stop it.
Alright, for now, guys, I think we're just going to kind of pull off right here. If we can, there, here's a little bit of a flatter area where we can watch this off the side of the road. Because if we need to, there's a decent north road back there that we can go check out. Just a sec, I'm gonna go grab a couple pictures. That, if it plans, hold on. Hold your horses just a second. I need to correctly orientate myself. So we have got that area like right there. Because you guys can obviously see that the wall cloud lowering has been moving from right to left across the street here. But according to radar, it says it should be moving almost due east, which does not appear to be doing right this.
We just passed? Where is it?
It would be coming from that lowering right there.
Yeah, that's what we
And then there's this other area kind of.
They said there's a tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, it was down briefly about 10 minutes ago. I don't think it's down right now. But it also watching this area over here because I might be starting to wrap up in that lowering area there too.
Are you watching that point right there?
Yeah, I'm watching that one and this one over here. Kind of two separate areas.
Do you think we're alright?
How far are you going?
We're heading to straight, 30 miles. Going all the way through Harper.
I would probably drop south first and kind of go around that way because I just don't have enough confidence that it's not going to drop something right in front of you.
Yeah, okay. I'll go around, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to be guiding people into a observed tornado warning, even if I don't think it's on the ground right now. That's just something that I can't do for obvious reasons. Let's kind of go for a wide cam view just for a couple. Alright guys, we are going to get turned around in case we have to bail, because I don't have enough confidence that this isn't going to try to drop on this area on the leading edge right there. I'm seeing lots of motion and it's very concentrated in one point. So we're going to get flipped around and then I'll face the roof cam backwards. Give me just a second. But I just want to be in position where if we have to go, we can go. This thing might be trying to wrap up again. Come on, turn dang camera. So let's see, how does the zoom? Yeah, we'll go zoomed in for the moment. Kind of just like that. And then I am going to just step out of the vehicle to help keep an eye on this. I can bring the microphone with me. I just don't want to be relying on the roof to look for any funnel clouds or anything. I'd rather see it myself. A little windy, but there's nothing I can do with the microphone. Let's see what radar is looking like. Yeah, man. I really don't trust this thing at the moment because nothing's quite lining up where it should be on radar based on where I am and what I'm seeing. As it's trying to wrap up right behind us. This area right here is trying to wrap up. There's tight motion left to right and front to back. I can see it from my location. Potential tornado trying to form right behind me.
Copy that.
Stop it. So you have 42 to go due east up here. Otherwise, you go all the way down to 160, but it's going to take a while to get down to 160.
Okay, I'm gonna
It's still moving pretty much.
put
due
the
east.
microphone
Also,
back in here.
KICT is back up.
Okay, I guess I'll probably just go straight east then, because it keeps us a little bit out of the precip, and maybe we can go south on something somewhere. And we're a long ways out yet here.
There's really
Yeah, this thing
nothing
is.
on.
I don't know how to feel about this.
There's really nothing on velocity to support what I'm seeing.
SPC said this is the favored corridor for tornadoes for the next few hours, so this is probably the main show.
I am quite perplexed at the moment because there's absolutely nothing on velocity supporting what I'm seeing in person right now.
You see a funnel come down?
I think it's trying to make one right now. It's really hard to tell. Because I'm looking at this area of rotation that's not even in the polygon right now. It's right on the leading edge over Argonia.
Dude, you barely even have precipitation.
It's definitely a meso because you can see it on AV and X. There's definitely a bit of rotation aloft there. Just not a ton at the surface. Looks like it's trying that.
Oh yeah, I can definitely tell you that it's a meso, that's for sure.
That actually looks pretty good visually on your stream.
Oh yeah, visually it looks fantastic. There's nothing on velocity to really support it, but I'm seeing rapid motion left to right at the back, or left, right, front, right to left at the back.
Yeah, it looks like you're in a pretty good spot.
That was some
I
lightning.
get the feeling this thing never really did fully ingest the boundary, so I think it's kind of trying to reorganize a bit here.
Yeah, it's got that like flat shape.
We might have something forming, guys. Hold on. It's very low contrast. Let me point it out quick. It's this area right here. It's very low contrast, but it appears to be spinning and it's trying to make its way to the ground.
Tornado possible, moving east at 30. I don't think they're going to continue the radar indicated tornado warning.
There's a lot of different areas of rotation in this, and it's hard to determine where exactly everything
I will
is.
tell you, it's getting that V shape to it, so it might be interesting soon.
Yeah. That one to the west just went severe warning. Quarter size hail, 6-mile-per-hour winds, moving east at 25. Huh. It's still like the eastmost cell, but I don't know. I wonder if there's going to be any boundary stuff going on later. Who knows?
Aiden, you literally have the best shot of the day right now. You got 150 in radar Omega.
Nice. I'm also, on velocity, it looks quite contaminated for that area like due north of me, but it's definitely got a substantial lowering there as well. So I'm gonna turn so you guys can see.
The terminal Doppler, so I think it's starting to reorganize in that area.
Yeah, I'm looking at the terminal Doppler. The circulation is like just only like a mile or so to your north, Aiden. So you're in the perfect spot right now.
Oh yeah, if this thing plants, I will have the best view in the house.
Not to bother you, but which way I see, or it looks like you might have just moved it. Which way is that lowering? Is that to your north, due north?
The direction I just turned my camera is due north, yes.
All right, somebody was one of the TV stations was texting me asking. All right, I'll advise them.
Copy that. Trying to keep a good visual behind us as well, but I can't stand out here. Oh, Daniel just passed me.
All right, I'll have 439-750 on when I get in the vicinity in case we need anything. It's not cellular, so I'll be on that if needed to.
Copy that. I'm gonna start moving eastward.
All right, I'll be there hopefully soon. Coming from the north.
Okay, I'm monitoring comms for Daniel if he says anything. We are going to continue eastward because there was an area right behind the vehicle that was starting to look a little suspicious, and we also want to stay out of the precipitation so we can keep a good visual on this. Unfortunately, there's really not a ton of good road options right at this moment. Let's see here. Okay, there is a slightly north. Oh, I see that lightning. There is a slightly north. There is a road option here that goes up towards Conway Springs. We're probably, I don't know if we're going to take that because there's no east option for an escape route, but we will be going at least slightly on that road to be facing the direction we need to again to get a good visual on this, I think. That's a dirt road that's mostly mud. Don't want to pull over on that right now. Do we have any other? Okay, we do have another probably dirt road, but I'll be able to go right on the edge of it and won't get stuck in it.
Okay, so given that it looks like the area of interest is where Aiden is, I'm going to probably try to keep favoring the eastern part of the storm versus dropping south right now. Because I think dropping south right now is just probably an unnecessary core punch, since it seems like this is like east side loaded here.
Got lots of lightning on this.
It's absolute chaser nightmare on 160 right now, so and south of it. So I think east is probably the best bet.
copy.
Oh, perfect. Here's a field driveway. We'll take this. Oh, this is absolutely perfect, guys. Absolutely perfect. I think I'll actually have... Actually, hold on. We might not want to stop here. This... I know it's mostly just like a shelf cloud type thing that's rolling off back just to our left here, which would be just west of us. But I'm seeing quite a bit of spin in that, and I really don't want to be stuck pulled into that driveway and have to try to back up into chaser traffic as they're going. That would just be an unnecessary risk. And even if it doesn't try to plant something right there, which I didn't think it was going to, that would also mean that we would have to be trying to back out as we're trying to avoid precipitation. And I think this still has a decent hail core on it. Yeah, 1 3/4 hail is what it's rated for. Alright guys, I've got a plan, so I know exactly where we're gonna go. Just gotta get over to our road option. Here's a quick look at what radar is looking like. We are the blue dot there. We've got this kind of broad area of circulation off to our due north. And then we have a little bit, almost like a hook shape trying to form down by Danville. But there is absolutely a ton of lightning in this storm right now. Still severe ones, tornado possible. Does not look tornado imminent at the moment. Oh, that lightning strike was close. Wow, I think the camera caught that. If it didn't, that would be a shame. Please tell me the camera caught that. Perfect. I'm really glad that it caught that. All right, we may have specific area of interest, like directly behind us. That this portion of it here. Like we have a little bit of chaser convergence up ahead. So we're going to try to navigate that effectively. Negative on this road. It goes into a cornfield. Negative on this road. This road is no good. think this is planning on trying to tornado in the near term, like the next couple minutes. But it's definitely worth watching. And continuing with for now. I would ideally like to turn south on this road, but I'm sure there's a ton of chaser convergence. Oh yeah, lots of people on that road, but at the same time, we're probably going to take it because it's our only good road option at the moment.
We're going to deviate a little southeast, and it almost looks like it's trying to hand off the rotation down to the southwest, like South Margonia and Milan, that kind of area.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that, so I'm dropping south on 49 right now.
Copy that. Just FYI, there is a absolute ton of chasers that are probably going to be coming north on 49. They're on 44 right now. There's at least 10, 15, 20 chasers, so just keep that in mind.
Well, I just passed probably 30 of them that are parked on the road up by this intersection, so 10 to 15 more, what can hurt?
I'll probably go southbound on 49 toward Congress.
Sorry guys, forgot to
I see the hail core, but I
forgot to turn the camera.
I'm not too threatened by it right now, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree that this might be trying to hand off south of Argonia. Oh, these train tracks look awful. Indeed, they are awful. I saw that other car go airborne. Stay south. Let me just. Yep. Alright, everything is still in camera view. That's good. Let me check potential road options here. Looks like we're going to be taking a right turn over here to face west. If this is a decent looking road. No. Alright, I'm gonna switch to the front camera so you guys can see this. This is a road that, well, actually, if it goes to dirt, we're not going to take it. But if this is just like gravel, nope, that's mud. We are definitely not taking that. Definitely not taking that. That's something that Google Maps does not show you. And that has absolutely nothing to do with this vehicle's capabilities. It's just, even if I had a four-wheel drive vehicle with the best off-roading tires on it, I would not want to get stuck on that road in a rainstorm. Because trust me, I'm always up for taking this Buick Encore for a challenge. See if there's any other potential road options. Or even a decent field driveway would work for our purposes. But I also kind of want to get past these trees on the right side here. See, do we have any? Really don't have any west options that go all the way through. I definitely feel like this southern area is where the circulation is getting handed off to. It's got a beefy wall cloud on it now.
Yep, checks out with Ray 2. It's mezzo loft and one developer near the surface, so I think that's true.
Zoom in on that for you
I'm
guys.
wondering what it's going to do with the boundary. Not even sure where the boundary is. Let's look. Yeah, it's starting to dive towards it a little bit. I'm wondering if it... I don't know if it'll be able to latch, but it might try.
Aiden, are you talking about south of 160?
Yeah, south of 160 by Argonia. New velocity scan just came in, and yeah, it definitely looks like it's handing off there.
Alright, I'm gonna have to punch through this damn thing. I'm about to be dropping south, straight south.
We really
PR2
need...
says this thing has 4-inch hail, and it's only warned for golf balls, so I don't know. I'll let you know if they update that.
What we're gonna do is find a
I
good...
wonder if it's a scenario where there's just a lot of small hail, because the last VIL scan just came in and it almost like expanded but came down in values, so I mean, worst case scenario, it's to the south. If I have to, I'll just stop. You know what I mean? Just let it pass.
Just trying to find a good road option here, guys.
Definitely something going on in the hail core right now.
The hydrometeor class doesn't really show a whole lot, so I don't know.
Guess you'll find out soon enough.
Okay, here we go. Good road. It's gravel. We are good. Just gotta keep an eye out for this area because they had a lot of rain here overnight. So I just need to make sure that it doesn't get swampy or the part of the road washed away. But I'm going to zoom back out to give you guys the full view. At this point, I honestly don't know where the main area of rotation would be. Let me just stop here for a second because we've got a good view. And it's really hard to tell anything on this. How far west does this road go? It goes west a little bit further before it kind of comes to a dead end. So I'm just gonna proceed with caution. Oh, this is like the perfect view here, guys. There's no more corn on the side. It's all this like wheat. So we're gonna stay here and just kind of watch this. You can see the blue color back up in there. That's all part of the hail core. It's the light getting reflected and refracted through the hailstones. There is someone else coming down this road. So what I'm going to do is I am actually going to make a Y turn before they get here, so that if we have to go back to that paved road, we can. Just didn't want to have to do this with other vehicles on this road, because that would not be ideal. So give me just a second to turn around here, guys. And then I am gonna back up just a little bit so that they don't have to go around me through that mud hole. Okay, I'm gonna spin the camera here. Slowly spinning the camera. There we go. Now I've got the full view again. I'm going to be out of the vehicle for a minute.
Copy that.
This isn't really important, but there is an absolute ton of flooding starting out here already. I'm pretty surprised here. The ditches are all full.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I think after we get like all these training storms, like kind of pooling in the Wichita area, there could be a pretty substantial amount of like urban flooding too. Yeah. Not just with the storm, but going behind it too.
So we're facing east, so this is off to our north-northwest. Got that little tail on reflectivity that's like directly behind us, but I'm not seeing anything of major concern at this point back there. Got quite, oh, that was a big lightning strike there. That was pretty. There's this area of the wall cloud here that's kind of by that northern area where that road that we were just on a little while ago, that other east-west road. But wall cloud is definitely lower there. Let me look at something. Okay, I'm gonna take off this handheld cam and point it out the window so I can point out to you guys specifically what I'm looking at. Dang it, if the cord's long enough. We'll see if this works. If it
They may go east on a Conway Springs here. It looks like that would keep me out of the hail and then drop south out ahead of it.
There's
on that
this
state
little
highway.
area just on the left side of the screen there. This is as far as I can move this camera. But
Yeah,
it's
Conway Springs
definitely
is where we
lowered
go
back
first,
in there.
concentrating.
So that'd be
Yeah,
this
it looks like
area
it wouldn't
right
take
here.
long to get ahead of it, maybe a mile or two.
But
Yeah, I think it's trying to get off to the east, so if you could do something like that, then that should be just all it needs to get the hail past you.
Also, hail's been upgraded to 2-inch now.
Right, yeah, I see a report of like 1.75 inches down there, but I think that mostly it's going to stay south of that east-west road in Conway, so I'm hoping going east will be all right. It don't look like it'd take too long to get ahead of it.
yeah, the area that I had just pointed out
It's probably actually better anyway, because it'll put us.
does not
Less
look
precipitation.
quite as
I'll go
suspicious
south
as it did.
on a good paved road or whatever road goes into Wellington.
I'm just slightly. How old is this radar data? That's 2 minutes old. I think we're gonna start heading back east to that paved road. That was a big lightning strike. Wow, yeah, that was quite the lightning strike. I think that northern circulation is starting to try to organize again, like right by Mayfield.
I think so too. Looks like it's lowest tilt on DICH. It looks like it is. Kind of keeps handing off between a few different circulations, but yeah, I like the one by Mayfield.
Oh wow, I just turned my stream towards that. This thing has an absolutely massive rotating wall cloud and that thunder. But that is, if it drops, that looks ominous.
Talking to the north by Maytown, Mayfield.
Correct.
Copy that. I'm gonna go east. That'll be sandwiched right between us. I'm coming into Conway
Is
Springs right now.
really, this is a very beefy rotation, let me tell you. Let me check something. But regardless, we are going to start heading east right now so that we're not on this road when the rain starts falling here. I also don't want to be inside of the hail core. Let's see, here's our road, here's our road. Dang it, this road doesn't continue all the way east.
I doubt this is going to matter, but if anybody has to come up through Conway Springs, it is flooding. We've got about 6 inches of water across the road in the main drag here, and it's coming up.
This thing is absolutely spinning like a top. So we need to get east and stay with this thing. But unfortunately, there's Wellington Lake that's like directly east of us. Okay, I'm working on spinning the camera around. Give me just a second. I don't think that's a tornado behind us. I really don't at this point. I know it probably looks like it on camera. Give me just a second. I really hope this road is gravel and not dirt. Because if so, that would be literally perfect. Holy crap. No, I am not getting stuck today. That is way too mushy. That pickup truck almost bottomed out and there's someone parked across the road. There's no way we're gonna be able to get around this. I wish people wouldn't completely block the road when they park. Yeah, we have extremely limited road options right now. Extremely limited. We're already starting to lose a visual because of the precipitation wrapping around it. That road would have been doable.
It's been a second since I've seen radar. Does it look like the worst of that hail core is still just south of the east-west road that I'm on?
Yeah, it does.
We should be in pretty good shape. I'm almost out of this.
Alright guys, we're gonna try something. We can always bail if we have to. I don't think we're gonna make it. We are literally out of road options right now to go east right at this exact moment. Look at that blue hail color. Let me look at vertically integrated liquid quick. I would really like it to load like now.
I have a 520 VIL scan. I really could use something newer to that. How do I look for VILs for the hail on this?
I just got new sensitivity scan, and there's no lot of hail down to 6,000 views, like just in the last scan. The last VIL scan also, mine is about 10, 13 minutes old, and it's pretty substantial everywhere.
Alright, still look like I'm okay going east here. I'm kind of on the northern fringe of it.
Yeah, you're okay to go east.
Alrighty. I'm getting some small hail, but nothing too big. But it looks like we'll be able to clear it here before we get to that highway. Appreciate it. I don't know why the VALs are so behind. Must be something with the radar.
Yeah, the biggest hill currently looks to be 5 miles to the south. So.
We cut that one pretty close, didn't we?
Oh, we're threading the needle right now.
Probably gonna lose signal for a minute. Okay, nope, we got big hail. We have got big hail, big hail. I didn't think we would make it. Bailing south out of the hail.
I'm just getting posed on this, but I am just barely on the edge. I mean, we gotta be damn near out of it here.
Okay, good news is that I see clear in front of us, so that's good. Honestly, right now, guys, I think our only real option we are literally out of road options unless we go all the way south to like, what is this, Caldwell? How far south is that? It's like, oh, never mind. Looks like we have a good option up ahead here, potentially. That was We had every bit of golf balls in there.
Also, it looks like we might have a storm trying to go up along the boundary back to the southwest. They start developing south of this current storm. I'd be walking down this road.
Copy that. I'm shooting for that north-south road that goes into Wellington. So if we have to, we can go south and around.
Yeah, Highway 81. That looks like your best option right now. So yeah, just keep going for that.
That was
I'm out of the hail. I'm just getting absolutely hosed.
that was definitely some big hail there, guys.
Okay, good. Yeah, if we were to get into more hail, I still think east is your best option.
Yeah, it looked like it just kind of expanded around me there, but we should be okay.
Yeah, exactly.
They actually just went softball size. Just got the wheel.
Yep, 4-inch hail.
I would believe it. I was barely on the southern fringe of it, and I was getting golf balls down there. We were getting every bit of golf balls falling from that. Oh, the poor UPS truck is driving right into the massive hail.
What's the new warning on the storm speed at?
East at 30 miles an hour.
Is, and it's really hard to tell.
It definitely looks like the storm is developing a little mezzo, just southeast of Mayfield.
What is this? Is this road paved? Yes,
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it to
this road is
highway.
paved. This
I mean,
road is
maybe.
good.
If I have to, there's a couple that go southeast of I-35.
Okay, give me just a second, guys. I'll get the
try to
camera
get down
turned.
there as soon as I can. I'm just making sure I give this a little bit of extra room since it looks like it's kind of expanding on us.
Yeah, we have the hail core over 70 decibels now, so that's probably wise.
Good job for getting ahead of it. Holy crap. It's getting really big hail now.
Yeah, if we had waited another 5 minutes, this probably wouldn't have been possible.
Honestly, I probably could've
Please
just
don't
went around
pull out
the
in
side
front of me.
last one,
Why?
whatever.
Why did you pull out in front of me? Going like 5 miles an hour.
If you can get a look in the notch here to your north, it's starting to spin the surface. So this thing might be gearing up to try again.
Yeah, I'm working on getting there right now.
I mean, yeah, it's still moving east at 30.
I'm not worried about the timing to get there. I'm worried about the chaser convergence that I'll find in front of me on this road, because this is the only paved east road for like 15 miles north or south from here.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Once you get about 5 miles up ahead, that 81, if I remember right, drops south about 2 or 3 miles. I'm looking at the map. There is an east road, like a connector road, but if I remember right, all that down there is pretty visible and flat, like not much for trees. So if you do get east and you got to work south, it should have an okay view.
Copy that. Gonna, making sure we're on the zoomed out view of the roof cam. And it just we might be... this area right here, I think, is trying to spin up. Potential tornado forming. Hold on, guys. I need to get out right now for like 15 seconds and just wipe off the roof cam so we have a good visual. Okay, visual is good. There were just so many water drops on there that it was not able to easily show anything, but this, and the camera's really not picking it up that well. Maybe if I zoom back out, you guys will be able to see the big picture better. So it's this area right here. It's like a big lowering, and it is spinning, and it's trying to cross this road. Okay. Let me get...
Alright, sorry, go ahead, Aiden.
I am bailing east very quickly. The potential tornado that's forming, the rotation is heading south towards this road. It's heading south towards this road. I need to get to 81 and drop south. Well, I'm looking at an area of rotation that's a potential funnel cloud like less than a mile north of me.
Alright, I may probably continue east because I'm crossing 81 in about 30 seconds, and I don't think I'll beat the hill towards south. I have a feeling I'm going to get caught up in it, so I'll probably take that road that's along I-35 to go south.
It's this whole big funnel-shaped thing. That's what's spinning. Getting really hard to see because it's getting so close to the vehicle and the camera isn't pointed up high enough. See, if I absolutely need to bail south, looks like there's a couple of potential road options. Whether they're paved or not, I have no idea. I think we're getting out ahead of this now, I think. Okay, that's a gravel road if I need it. That's good to know. Get a good view like into the notch. I don't know how successful we'll be with that because of all the precipitation wrapping around in front of it. Okay, it looks like most of these north-south roads along here are indeed paved, which is good to know in case we have to drop south on them. This is an absolute behemoth of a storm. just a couple miles south.
Southbound on Belle Plaine. I've got a visual on this lower rate from up here already, so should be in visual range.
Copy. I just zoomed out on Google Maps, and Highway 81, just a couple miles south of my location, is closed both ways.
Oh, good to know.
Yeah, I just noticed that like 30 seconds ago, so I wanted to pass it along.
See, we're flooding pretty bad up here, so it's possible that any back road's probably going to be a wash. I don't even know if I want to take a gravel one at this point.
See if we can get any visual. How far away is it? No, we're not going to be able to get a visual in time. We're going to get clobbered by this hail just off to our west. Like, just off to our west. I can see it rolling in. So at this point, I have no idea what the condition of this road is in front of us, but we're going to test it out. Okay, they're waving their hands around that we need to turn around. Yeah, this looks like it turns to mud. I think this turns to mud and it's completely washed out. This road's completely, looks like it goes to complete mud, but I want to make sure that this person up here might have spun off the road, so I just want to make sure that they are okay, because they're like halfway in the ditch. I'm probably going to have to back straight out of this. I'm going to get out. Are you bad? Give me just a second, guys. Give me just a second. Hold on, guys, I need to look at something quick. Yeah, fortunately. Yeah, alright guys, we gotta get out of here right now. That person is okay. They're out in the ditch, but there's absolutely nothing we can do right now. If it wasn't more rain coming and hail, probably could have gotten them out with the traction boards because it was rear-wheel drive, and that's what was stuck. But if we don't get out of here, we're going to be even worse than him. This is all I can say. Just give her gas, keep her straight, and let's get out of here. Without going in the ditch, preferably. It got really swampy down there. Back in the vehicle. Okay, it's okay that 81 is closed further south. We just need to get to 81 to get far enough south to stay out of the hail. Okay, we made it out. That was a little sketchy, but we made it. I mainly wanted to make sure that he was okay and didn't like go in the ditch and smack his head or something and was unconscious or something like that. My boots weigh about 5 pounds right now. They're just caked in mud. Good old Buick Encore got us out of that mess, just like I knew she would. Alright, what do we got going on here? Are people parked single file? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay. Actually, let me check some. I'm gonna go north just for a minute here and check one of these roads. Wait, do these not go all the way through? Okay, one of these roads goes all the way through. It's gonna be this one right here. Come on. This road is probably garbage. Okay, this is a gravel road. Okay guys, this is a dirt road, no good. Frick. Now we're stuck. Shit.
Still going southbound on this road. I'm going to try to get as south as possible. It's getting kind of muddy up here, like not the road, the storm's just looking nasty.
Guys, we're stuck. I am totally stuck in mud. I am completely out of commission.
Alright, well good news is you're not going to get nailed by the hail. It should be relatively small. I'll circle back. It's going to be a bit though.
It is absolutely soaking here. I am super stuck.
There's probably going to be some others stuck here by the looks of spotter number.
Yeah, this is a really not good situation, let me tell you.
Okay, well I'm looking at radar right now. You're going to be alright. It's a hail, I mean it might get okay. It's not like F up your car kind of hail. You should be okay here. It's going to get nasty for a minute. It's going to be a bit before I can get back around to you, but at some point here, well, are you accessible for me or whatever? Because by the time I get back around, it should start to dry out just a smidge. That might help.
I am quite a ways down the road. Like, it was just momentum that kept me going down it.
Alright, well when you get a bit, send me some pictures and stuff. Thankfully it looks like this is going to thread the needle between the training precipitation here, so I think maybe in 20 minutes or so it'll settle down a bit. Maybe it'll start drying out, maybe we'll be able to work it out.
Yeah, I'm probably stuck in like 3 inches of soaking wet mud right now. I'm probably just going to be stuck here until the precipitation ends and we'll just wait for it to dry out because I am completely buried.
Well, that's alright. That's probably, we can deal with that. So let me know as soon as it stops raining, I'll come back over there.
Copy that. It went from gravel to it was just completely washed out, and I went down like a 1.5 foot puddle of water, and then I just slid down mud for like an extra 1/8 mile. So, yes, we are stuck. Yes, this sucks, but eventually we'll be able to get out of here. Whether that's tonight, tomorrow morning when things dry out. I've got I still got a half tank of gas. I got food, I got water. This could be a lot worse. And we're not going to be softball hail. I kind of guess I shouldn't have waited that long to see if that person needed help. I mean, I checked on him, but then he kept waving me back, so I went to go check again, but I should have just gotten out of there, and then I shouldn't have pushed it, especially not being able to see the condition of this road. But like I said, it could be a whole lot worse. Worst right now is that I am absolutely soaking wet. But if that's the worst of this, I will be quite happy.
There's 4 cars stuck in the mud just east of me. I just passed the intersection. I'm not going to stop right now because I'm going to get stuck, but it's not just you, man. There's 4 of them. One's like 45 degrees in the ditch.
Yeah, I would have been perfectly fine, but I had stopped because there was someone else stuck in the mud, and they were like way in the ditch, and I wanted to make sure they weren't like knocked unconscious or something. So that took like 5 minutes, and that was 5 minutes that I lost of escape time for the rain.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people stuck on that side road. And the thing is, that was to the east where it hasn't been raining much, so it ain't just you. I think at least one of them or 2 of them was chasing a bunch of orange lights and shit.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely worst case scenario, I just sit here till tomorrow morning and let it dry out and get the hell out of here.
No, we'll get you out tonight one way or another. You don't look like you're that terrible.
Yeah, it really doesn't. I'm measuring about 400 yards.
Yeah, oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah, poor Aiden.
Just so you're not losing.
Yeah, poor Aiden a little bit, but on the other hand, I knew the road, trying to go down this gravel road, and then it turned to mud. So, at the end of the day, this is my fault, and you just got to kind of live with it. Kind of part of the mature part of chasing. Just taking accountability for what you did and living and figuring a way out of it. So, but we'll be good.
I'll just kill it for a second.
I don't even know which way the camera is facing right now. Oh, here we go. Well, I guess I can give you guys a little panoramic of where we are.
I'm gonna give it a second so I can clear all
So, well,
network or whatever.
here's the mud. Here's the vehicle.
I'm on to members only chat. It's just kind of irritating.
And here's more mud.
2 more stuck.
Oh. No. No. That's someone else coming down this road. Shoot. Oh, this is not ideal.
Don't ruin it.
This is not ideal, but there's someone else starting to come down this road, it looks like. I see headlights behind me.
You able to tell if Radar Omega was doing it?
I did not have it up, but I'll pull it up and see.
Probably dead now because I just rebooted the encoder just to make sure it's not a problem in the car.
It was doing it on our own.
I just rebooted everything in the car, so I don't take care of it here once it reboots. I'm gonna see if I can go to members only. I don't know if I can do that while it's streaming or not, but if I do, that's why. I may just peg it as members only chat for a minute here because this is a little silly here.
We got 2 more people
Yeah,
coming
I can
down.
also put it in members only if that helps. I just need to pull it up on my phone.
We've got 2 more people coming down this road.
I have to do it through restream, otherwise it breaks the stream for some reason. I don't think restream lets me do it while I'm streaming, but if I have to, I'll figure it out.
Oh, don't do it, but don't do it.
Okay. Just let me know if you want me to try it.
Alright.
Please don't hit the front of my vehicle. Oh. Oh, please don't hit me. Oh yeah, they're fishtailing. They are probably gonna get stuck further down. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear.
I think we're good now. I agree.
Yeah, I tried going to a lower gear and creeping out. I am thoroughly stuck right now. The rear wheels are probably sunk into the mud because the side of this road is about to wash. Holy crap, they're managing to do a Y-turn. Please do not hit my vehicle. Please do not hit my vehicle. There's absolutely no reason. Yeah, I'll try all that stuff. I'll try all that stuff once it stops raining and we can have to try to get out of here.
I'm gonna mute my audio if something breaks. Play that back on mute or something.
I'm sure I'll get out of here
Oh,
at, somehow.
we're being kind of now. So
I've got. I can lower the air pressure in the tires. I can crawl out here in a low gear. I've got traction boards. I'll get out of here eventually. It's just a matter of waiting for the rain to stop. And then the real kicker will be trying to get turned around in this, because trying to do a Y turn, because I really don't want to go further into this mess. Trying to get out, because the road could get a lot worse the further down we go.
You should have my audio coming through in the background, I'm guessing. It probably sounds okay.
Correct. Yeah, audio sounds good.
Okay. Alright, hold the brake screen for a second. Let's see if I can double check. I'm just trying to find out where the problem's coming from since we have a second.
Okay, did you want it left on the brake screen or off the brake screen? Sorry.
The brake screen, and then can you just check right on Omega and make sure that audio's coming through okay?
Yeah, I'm still getting sound from radar Omega.
Okay. I actually think that time it might have been the mic. I'm going to switch it back to a wireless mic, so if it starts doing it again, let me know if that's the case.
Okay, guys, I am actually going to step out of the vehicle for a moment and adjust it and put the recovery boards underneath the front wheels so that I can at least get out of this. I think the wind is starting to try to blow me into the soggy ditch, and the rear wheels are just going to keep sinking. So I need to try to at least get away, even just like a foot or two, from where the road is going to try to wash out here. This is going to really, really suck. But I have a feeling if I don't do this, it's going to make it a lot harder to get out when the rain does stop. So, wish me luck. Here we go. I'm stepping out of the vehicle for one moment.
Yeah, that looks like a good option. I don't think that runs any trains on at all, so we won't do.
Holy crap. Yeah, we need to try to creeper gear out of this. Okay, just a little at a time. It's gonna really, really suck, but my rear wheel was sunk almost to the top, or to the rim. This really sucks. Yeah. Thought this rain was supposed to lighten up. Okay, creeper gear again. Okay. Now we're at least in a little bit of a better position. Okay, I'm back in the vehicle. I am absolutely drenched right now. I absolutely had to get my traction boards out and move a little bit because I was like getting pushed to the side of the road and it was going to start pushing me in the ditch with all the wind and the little creek running along the side of the road.
There's going to be the only one. We're probably going to have to find some solution, maybe find some other people with four-wheel drives and shit to make our rounds at this rate.
I was just looking and my RO location is not accurate. I am east of I-81. Or not I-81, but Highway 81.
Yeah, that's where it shows you.
Okay, weird. It's not showing that on my end. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, it shows you between 81 and then that, like, next crossroad.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I think your RO location is accurate.
Yeah, I got my... I don't have my four-way flashes on, but I've got all of my rear-facing strobe lights going, so people know I'm here. But welcome everyone. This is Storm Chasing for you, and here I am. And
Serious thunderstorm warning still in effect. It looks like it's tornado possible down to 2 material.
But like I said, guys, it's not ideal, but this situation could be a lot worse. I'm not stuck in a ditch or anything. I'm on the road, or what's left of a road. But literally worst case scenario, I just sleep here and get out of here tomorrow morning. That's like worst case scenario. So it's, like I said, it could be a lot worse. I wasn't planning on chasing tomorrow anyway, so in that sense, we're all good here. Would be nice if this rain died down a little bit. I can feel the vehicle shimmying as it's slowly getting pushed towards there again. So I just need to find a hopefully lighter area of rain, which might be coming soon. And then reposition the boards again and go another like 2 to 3 feet forward. Glad I wasn't outside for that one. That lightning strike was extremely close. Okay guys, this is my chance. The rain has died down quite a bit. So here we go again. Was close. Holy crap. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm actually gonna stop just like this because now my front wheels are on the traction boards, so the front wheels won't sink back down into the mud. They'll stay on top of the traction board. So worst case scenario, when this is done, I'll still have something underneath the front wheels where I can get out of here. I just didn't want the front wheels to sink down so much that I would have to like dig underneath to put the boards under, but I'm in a lot better of a situation than I was, say, 15 minutes ago. Now I'm more towards the center of the road and not being pulled into the current towards the... Luckily there's not much of a ditch here, which also explains why it's all pooling on the road. But, yep, I'm just gonna hunker down here and guess we'll get some lightning or something. But my hands are absolutely soaked in mud, caked in mud. Like, it's not even funny. Because, like, the first time I used the traction boards, I came and sat in the vehicle for a couple minutes. Like, the boards had gotten completely covered with mud, so I had to, like, dig my hands down in the mud just to find the boards again. Like I said, guys, I'm not too worried right now. Like, it could be a whole lot worse. Could be a whole lot better, but it could be a whole lot worse. So, I'm in a safe spot. There's not like a tornado or anything coming for me. So, the only thing is we're just not mobile right now, which... Oh well, here we go. We've got cell signal. If I didn't have my traction boards right now, I would be a lot more worried than I am right now, but yes, it could be a whole lot better indeed, yes. I am going to have to thoroughly clean the interior of this vehicle. I have mud absolutely everywhere. Oh, I just realized the camera is still facing backwards. Let's spin that around so maybe you guys can at least catch some cool lightning or something that I'm seeing up front. I did go too far. I wasn't paying attention. There's some lightning. this wind is just unrelenting. Yeah, at least I'm not alone. You guys are here. I mean, I would still find ways to entertain myself if I was here alone. But it is more entertaining when there's someone else, when there's other people here. I mean, this isn't exactly what you expect when you tune into a storm chasing live stream, but here we are. In fact, there we go. I just changed the title of the stream so people don't pop over here thinking, hey, he's about to see a tornado. Currently stuck in mud, chase over. Level 4 out of 5 risk in Kansas. Oh yeah, I would be a lot more worried about the power poles if they were on the left side of the road. They're on the right side and the wind is coming from the left, so even if the power poles did go down, they would go into the empty field to the right of me. So I'm not worried about the power lines whatsoever. What kind of story do you want me to tell? Because I saw someone requesting a story. What kind of story? Well, I'll answer that question anyway. The current state of the car is, it is stuck in the mud. It is very wet on the outside. It is very wet on the inside. There is mud all over on here. Actually, we might be able to do a little tour. Give me just a second. Let's try this, see if this works. Okay, so here's the inside of the vehicle, here's outside. There's all the mud that we're stuck in. We've got our front strobe lights going, so if for whatever reason there's anyone coming from in front, they'll see us. We've got me absolutely soaked. We've got, here, let's get this flashlight turned on. We've got the door absolutely covered in mud. Down by my feet, everything is absolutely just caked in mud right now. Got brake pedal, gas pedal, everything's covered in mud. We've got the shift selector covered in mud from my hands. We've got the parking brake covered in mud from my hands. We've got the keyboard on my computer absolutely covered in mud. So, like I said, we've got a lot of mud. Yeah, actually the keyboard itself is not covered in mud, it's just the trackpad from when I was having to go back and forth on radar and making sure that we were relatively okay. But yeah, that is a lot of mud. Well, the first time I went storm chasing was, I think it was February of last year. No, not February. It was early in the spring. It was a marginal risk 2% day down in like far southern Wisconsin and northern Illinois. Saw a gust NATO that day. It was near Pecatonica, Illinois. It was definitely memorable because it was my first time ever actually going and chasing something. Saw a gust NATO. It was pretty cool. Other than that, there's not really anything in specific that was memorable about that specific event. Just sent a message in chat and pinned it to the top. I mean, if the rain would like to stop any day now, that would be absolutely fantastic and I would not be complaining. I just realized I can probably turn the windshield wipers off of full blast because I'm not even needing. Oh, Tamster, no worries. It was my mistake anyway. I shouldn't have gone down the road. I thought, well, it started out gravel, so I thought it might be okay, but turns out it wasn't. So, but you win some, you lose some, and this is definitely one that we seem to have lost. Just sometimes gotta stay positive when you've got situations like this because you never quite know. Well, I guess something I can do while I'm waiting here is I can go through some of my pictures from yesterday. Oh, there's probably dozens of chasers that are stuck in mud across the area in various places. Yeah, this will make another story to tell. But yeah, could be a lot worse. We're not in the ditch, so as I've said a couple times now, worst case scenario, we wait here till tomorrow morning. I'm obviously not going to keep the stream up until tomorrow morning, but worst case, we stay here. I stay here till tomorrow morning, and then get out of here. I sleep in my vehicle anyway, so I have a bed built in the back. I've got pillows, blankets. I've got everything that I would need to stay the night. I've got enough food and water in here that could last me a week if I needed to. So I'm not worried about anything like that. So I'm not stuck in the ditch. So I don't need a tow truck or anything. It's just a matter of waiting for the rain to stop, which it seems to be trying to do. Holy cow, that was some lightning. Wow. That was very close. But yeah, it's just a matter of waiting for things to dry out, and if I have to get out of here 3 feet at a time as I use my traction boards and just keep going 3 feet at a time, heck, I only have to move them like 900 times because it's about 300 yards. So 3 feet in the yard, yeah, I would only have to put the traction boards there like 9 times. Thank you, Kara. I definitely appreciate that. But let's take a quick, let's just see here. Just looking at the radar loop to see how things are progressing. Why are there more storms going up to our southwest? Man, we're gonna have like... Oh. The rain has finally let up enough that I can see a lot further down this road, and there's someone else up there with 4-ways on. There could be someone else that's stuck on this road like half a mile in front of us. But I will say I still have 3/8 of a tank of gas, and I got 2 gallons in the back, but I am slightly regretting not stopping and getting gas before going after this storm, because otherwise I would be at like 7/8 of a tank. Again, not a big deal, but it's just one of those things that in hindsight it's like, oh, maybe I could have done that, should have done that, would have done that, but oh well. Gotta say, this is probably the lowest point that I've been in during a chase since the last time I got stuck in the mud, which was like, it was May 25th of last year. It was the day before the Mountain View tornado. But this is the lowest point I've had in a chase since then. But can't complain too much because yesterday's stream was absolutely fantastic. That was a lot of fun. And I have the means of getting out of here, so it's just a matter of waiting for the rain to stop.
You got anybody that could be ready to deploy number 5?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay. We got a car for a second, no radio, but I'm gonna go deploy it.
Yeah, I like to think of myself as having a lot of stuff to be prepared. I was literally just talking about this at the end of the stream last night. it's better to have stuff and not need it than need it and not have it. And well, this is exactly one of those situations where if I didn't have those traction boards, I would be in a lot less confident of a position, because I would have my right rear wheel probably would have been sunk in the water mud along the shoulder by probably a good 8 inches. That's not exaggerating. It probably would have been 8 inches down in the mud. But I was able to get out there and get the vehicle to the center of the road, so it's not sinking further into the little creek and stream that's on mainly the right shoulder. But there's a lot of people that are probably stuck out here right now that are in a worse position than me, whether that be they're in the ditch and will need a tow truck to get out, or they've actually damaged their vehicle by like going off the side of the road or something. Because right now there's 0 vehicle damage to this. I'm literally just stuck in the mud. So I've said before, it could be a lot worse. So and a bunch of the people out here are probably just like storm spotting and they're not streaming or anything, so they don't have people to talk to like I do right now.
That's just my way of cheating. Since I don't want the car over there, I got that vehicle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be quite as positive at this point if, I didn't... I'm not on 81, I'm just off of 81 on one of the side roads. But, yeah, at this point, there's no use in being negative. It's like, what happened, happened, so... I could be all complaining and be like, well, I'm stuck in the mud, boo-hoo, poor me. But at the same time, it's like, well, I'm here, I have ways that I'll be able to get out. It's just an inconvenience of losing time at this point and being soaking wet and covered in mud and cold and... I mean, the list could go on, but, yeah. Yes, it is very moist out here right now. Extremely moist. It is. Yes. There is a lot of rain right now. And there seems to be more off to the southwest that's still forming as well, so. Ooh, I have an idea. What I should do is, instead of changing the stream title to say that we're stuck in the mud and the chase is over, I should change it to like rural flash flood coverage or something like that, and like make it seem like we tried doing this on purpose and we're just parked here and not actually stuck. That's marketing right there. Oh dang, there's water drop right on the center of the camera. It's all about marketing, I guess. Just say that we meant to do this and that we're doing rural flash flood coverage or something like that. I am surprised that I don't think that there's any flash flood warning in this area or anything at this point. Let me verify. Yeah, no flash flood warning, nothing. That does slightly surprise me. I think what I'll do right now is I'm gonna go through some of the pictures that I took yesterday, and I'll post the tornado picture from yesterday over on Twitter, X, whatever. Because I've got time to actually go through this stuff now. Because, you know, I'm not moving. Thank you, Sam. I will definitely utilize that to have a nice warm meal, whatever that may be. Or, you know, if I get out tomorrow, I'll use it for a nice warm breakfast or lunch or something, but much appreciated. I just gotta add the location and my logo to the picture. Let's see. And then add the location. This was over by Mankato. It was an extremely photogenic tornado yesterday. I don't know how well the stream actually pushed it through, just because of the distance away it was. Oh, here's more rain. Yeah, the rain is definitely lightening up a little bit, or at least it was, and it looks to be starting to clear out, but we're not even gonna attempt to get out of here for probably at least another hour, because I can see standing water on the road, and if you I know from experience when I tried to get out in the Oklahoma clay that I was stuck in last year, you just have to wait for it to dry out. Like, if there's standing water on it, even if you have the best tires in the world, you're just gonna spin your tires and sink further. Oh, now I'm a little ticked off. Now I'm slightly irritated. Because I was thinking about grabbing them before I left the house to come out and chase. I have they're for winter and snow, but they're like not actual tire chains, but they're tire covers that you put on to help you gain extra traction. If I had brought those along, those would have been absolutely perfect for this situation, I bet. But they're sitting at home about 2.5 feet away from where I parked the vehicle. So that's slightly unfortunate. I usually don't keep them in the car. I just got them at like the end of last winter, so I've never actually used them per se. But at the same time, they take up so much space. I barely have a square foot of extra space in this vehicle when it's all loaded up to chase because I've got so much supplies, which, as I've gone over before, it's always better to have it and not need it kind of situation. And all my clothes, my snacks, my case of water. Like, I've got so much stuff in here. Like, okay, correction. I could fit them in here like all the time. It's about 14 inches by 14 inches, and it's about 3 inches tall is how big the case is, or the packaging that holds them. But it's just so bulky, and sorry, I'm trying to multitask and get this picture edited while I'm trying to talk, and it's not going well. Give me just a second. The date yesterday was 6/16, June 16th, 2025. Okay, so as I was saying, I could probably fit more items in this vehicle and like pack it to the top and reorganize stuff every time I have to try to get something out. But I've done a lot of contemplating, and I just came to the conclusion that, you know, if there was ever like an emergency situation, like come across tornado damage or something, and there's somebody that like needs medical help and they can't get to a hospital, I wanted to have at least one seat in here that I can push everything off of to be able to transport one person if needed. Like, if I have everything packed to the top, yeah, there's room for me in here, but like, if you come across a situation, like you're the only one there and someone needs to get there, like, that would really, really suck to be there and be like, yeah, I'm here, but my vehicle is packed with storm chasing stuff and I can't take you to get the medical help you need. Like, that would really, really suck. So I try to keep the right rear seat. I try to keep the right rear seat. I put stuff on it, but if needed, I can like throw it off to the side and other places in the vehicle, so that in an emergency situation I could clear that seat if needed. Alright guys, I'm going to turn the camera for you to show you this beautiful sight. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Wasn't sure if that came through or not.
Sunshine. We have sunshine behind us off to the west. Absolutely beautiful sight to see. Absolutely beautiful. And as you can see, there's the road and the condition of it. So we're not going to attempt to get out of here until it has a chance to drain a little bit. Because ideally what I would want to do, I'll switch to the front cam for just a second. Right up here, about maybe 20 yards up ahead, there's just a slight little hill where all the rain is like draining off from it and coming back down this way. So ideally what I want to do, my plan of action, is to get up to the top of that little, it's right next to this electrical post or utility post. Get up to the top of that where the water is all draining from there, so because that'll dry out the quickest. So I'll be able to make a Y turn. So I'll be able to very slowly make a Y turn so that I'm facing the right direction, so I'm not trying to back out of here, because if you've ever tried to back out of a mud road, it does not go well, especially with a front-wheel drive vehicle. Even without a front-wheel drive vehicle, if it was all-wheel drive or whatever, trying to back out of it, because your steering is at the front, so if your back end starts to go off to the side, you have no way to correct without turning the wheel the opposite direction and swing your front end over, and then your front end is over and getting pushed where the rear of the vehicle was trying to get out of. So you just get stuck in that situation. So backing up is relatively okay on mud roads if you're like pulling straight in and straight out. But if it's too slimy that your rear of the vehicle starts to swing around, it's not a good situation to try to back out of it. Because then also with a front wheel drive vehicle, all of the torque for moving the vehicle is at the front of the vehicle, obviously, because it's front wheel drive, and the back tires go where you need to go first. So then the back tires already create a rut in the mud and kind of kick it up and kind of push the water to the surface, kind of squeezes it out. And then the front tires, when they go over those already used tire tracks, it makes it a lot harder for them to gain traction as well. So it's not ideal to try to back out of a mud situation, but yeah, today has actually been a rather fun day. I had no idea. I started the stream by saying I have no idea what to expect from today, and that is the most accurate thing that I have said all day. I would have never guessed that I would have been stuck on a mud road, soaked to the core, with mud all over the inside of the vehicle, waiting for the road to dry out. That was not on my expectation list for today. Oh, and it's starting to rain again. But I will.
You can't.
I'm going to be posting that picture from the tornado yesterday over on Twitter X, like right now. And then I will send the link to it over. I'll send the link in the YouTube chat if you guys want to go take a look at that. Once I actually send it. Let's see, where are we near? We're near Wellington.
You know, could probably extend the route
Alright, I'm typing out my Twitter post right now, my X post. I'm typing out my X, typing out my tweet, my XE, however you want to say it. Since I'm currently stuck in mud waiting
My
for
road
the...
is underwater by about 2 feet here. I'm gonna get moving.
Waiting for the road to dry out near Wellington. We are still in Kansas, right? I'm sure we are. Yeah, Wellington, Kansas, but Wellington, Kansas. I have a chance. I finally have a chance to a picture of the tornado that I saw yesterday near Mankato, Minnesota. Let's see.
Alright, I'm gonna get out cover.
Guess we can go back to the roof cam. There we go. And post. Okay, I will post that over in the YouTube chat momentarily. There we go. That should be the link to the post. Let me just verify that the link works. Ah, welcome, Plumbo. This is been quite the day so far. Yep. Okay, the link does indeed work. It was a very photogenic tornado. It was awesome. It wasn't condensed all the way to the ground, but you could see the tubular air spinning around at the bottom for the funnel. It was quite awesome.
Just making sure because I don't know if my data's good here. We're going straight west. That's not severe one, right? It's to the south where it's warned.
Thank you, Kira. I saw that photo. Like,
Yeah,
I didn't see the finished result until like after I was done chasing last night,
Quarter size, so I'm pretty
because I was
safe going west.
trying to deploy the RDD camera in the midst of that,
Behind a car that's got a busted window too.
and I was just like taking a couple of photos, and I was glad that it turned out well. It was very, very pretty. I definitely had a chance to post that photo. Like, I definitely could have posted that to Twitter at some point last night or even earlier this morning, but one thing that you have to be super careful with when you want to be super careful with when you're posting content like that, like when you're a storm chaser, is to help prevent people from stealing your content. You want to make sure that you watermark it. That's one of the most important things, because then at least it helps protect it a little bit. Like, ideally, I would have a watermark that's like 25% transparency that goes like horizontal across the entire picture. But if I run into issues of people like stealing my photos and stuff, I will probably start doing that. But yesterday, when I got back in the vehicle, it was already an observed tornado warning, so there was no purpose in like sending a picture to the National Weather Service or anything, because they already knew it was on the ground. I did not watermark one of my other photos that I posted on Twitter yesterday, but that was a funnel cloud picture because I did not have time to do it, because I wanted to get that picture to the National Weather Service to say, hey, there was a funnel cloud on this storm, because no one else had reported it. So, but for like my high quality photo, like that tornado one, I wanted to make sure that I didn't just, post it out there where anyone can just copy and paste it. It would at least be watermarked with the location so that everyone knows where it was taken, the date, and my logo. So it's definitely an important thing. Well, Scott, I am also invested on how I get off of this road, so hopefully it won't be too bad once I let it dry out a little bit. But just looking right here, I am going to take this cord, unplug what is currently plugged into it, because this is a 6-foot long cord, so I'll be able to remove the camera from the windshield and not be stuck to a foot long cord that's attached to my computer. So I can show you guys what I'm currently seeing and kind of what my thought process is. So we'll plug this in here, the camcorder. Now we can switch to the handheld camera. Oh, because I unplugged it, I have to, the camera source, I have to deactivate and activate it again. Hopefully that's the issue. There we go. This is looking out the driver's window. I can still see that stream of water coming down the road, so that tells me that I should not attempt to get out of here yet, because all that water has to go somewhere. So it's probably going to take a while. That was a lot of rain. Probably going to take a while for it all to kind of soak in and disperse. But yeah, that's what I'm currently seeing, and that's kind of telling me that I should wait. Yeah, it's definitely still sprinkling too. So we will likely wait until at least 8 o'clock Central before we actually try to attempt and maneuver to get out of here. Yeah, there is a farm behind us there, and actually, right in here, there is a tractor, but here's the big but from that situation. The one major thing that I do not like about this vehicle, one major thing, is like there's no tow points on it. So even if there was a tractor out here, I have nowhere for them to attach any sort of rope or anything to pull the vehicle out of here. Like, sure, you could go underneath and crawl in the mud and try to get it around like the frame of the vehicle or something, but there's like no tow hook area on the front. I'm gonna say it's like the most incompetent thing that any vehicle designer could do is not have like recovery points on a vehicle. It has like those little plastic things that you can pop off the front and rear bumper, where like vehicles have like that metal eye, like the eyelet that you can screw into like the frame of the vehicle. I pop those covers off on the front and the rear. There's absolutely nothing behind it. Like, whatever, if it's like this model of
Did you get any hail out of that cord that just came over you a minute ago?
negative. I mean, there was maybe like some mini pea-sized hail, but nothing noteworthy.
I just got warned for inch and a quarter. I'm watching this closely. I may have to bail back to our Kansas City again.
Well, I'm really glad it wasn't drop an inch and a quarter hail when it passed over me.
I mean, I don't think that's too bad. I'm just worried. Oh my god, that was a big strike. I'm just worried it's going to get bigger, so I'm watching it carefully. I may have to divert again.
So yeah, as I was saying, I don't know why anyone would design a vehicle without like designated recovery points. Like, even if you have to get a tow truck to like pull someone out, like, where would a tow truck hook up on this vehicle? It would have to go underneath and like attach like around the frame or something. There's like, I was flabbergasted when I first like took off those plastic panels on the front and rear bumper, like looking for where you would screw in like the eyelet for like some sort of point, and I took it off and it's just completely hollow back there and there's nothing of sustenance to attach anything to. I was like, wow. And then underneath the vehicle, it's like underneath like the engine block on the passenger side, like 3 feet back from where the bumper is, there's like a little, it's like 1/4 inch diameter metal loop almost. It's not very thick metal, and it's on the underside of the vehicle, where the only thing that it's rated for is for the amount of weight for the vehicle in neutral to get pulled up by a flatbed tow truck, like up the ramp to get on the back of a flatbed. That's the only weight rating that metal is designed for. It's like, so if this was like stuck in the ditch, there would be really no good way to get it out without potentially damaging the vehicle. Oh, I just realized I should probably spin this camera around, because off to my right there are some good lightning flashes over there, so might as well give you guys something cool to look at. There's some lightning. I do have to turn the air back on in here because it's getting a little foggy on the windows, but howdy David, what's up? Yeah, why someone would design a vehicle without any sort of recovery points is beyond me. Yeah, Evan just messaged me and he came up with a really good point. Well, this definitely takes a decision making out of whether I'm chasing the enhanced risk tomorrow, because I am definitely not going to make it for that. I wasn't planning on chasing it anyway. Oh yeah, the wind was absolutely whipping. Here, I can turn the camera a little bit more even so you can see in front of me here. Like, all that grass is just batted down from all of the wind and the rain. Is anyone rescuing me? That's a very loaded question. We'll see how much potential assistance I may need of getting out of here. Vince is in the area and he said he would circle back like later in the evening. But right now, there's no use in anyone even coming to try to get me out, because the road is so slick and muddy that everything would just sink trying to get back here. But I'm confident that I'll probably be able to get out of here myself once this dries out. I've got all the equipment I should need to get out of here, so got my recovery boards. I can lower the tire pressure because I've got an air compressor in here to pump the tires back. I'm okay for time, David. Like, I'm sure there are people stuck all around here. Like, there was someone that I stopped to check if they were okay. They were off in the ditch. There's probably close to a dozen chasers within like 10 miles of me here, and that are stuck in the mud. And a lot of them are probably in worse positions than me. I'm not off in the ditch or anything. I'm in the middle of the road. I have traction recovery boards. I can lower the tire pressure. I can put it into creeper gear and kind of just slowly get my way out of here. It's just a matter of waiting for the road to dry up a little bit, or a lot of it. But yeah, Vince is in the area too, and he said if needed he would come and help. But Yeah, pedal to the metal is definitely not the way to get off of one of these muddy roads. If you do that, you're just gonna bury your wheels. Yeah, this will definitely be taking its sweet time to dry out because, as you guys saw, it was absolutely dumping rain for over an hour. But yeah, the road already looks a lot better than it did. It's just a matter of waiting more for it to dry out. And yes, Plumbo is right. I went through this last year. That was the first time I ever got like stuck in the mud, and safe to say I was in a little bit of a panic. Alright, I will re-explain the plan in a couple minutes once I finish this other story. So safe to say the last time I got stuck in the mud, which was the first time I ever got stuck in the mud, I was in a little bit of a panic. Like I had no recovery boards on me. This is actually a good story time. I had no recovery boards or anything. Note, I did get some shortly after that incident. And I was messaging 707 and Plumbo over Discord as I was stuck there like, yeah, well, I'm totally screwed. Like, there's nothing I can do, blah, blah, blah. And they definitely helped me get out of that. I don't know what I would have done if they hadn't assisted, because if you've never experienced it before, you don't know what to do. But yeah.
There was zero hail at all. It probably doesn't even need to be warned, honestly.
Well, I have news. It just started raining again here. Fantastic.
You'll be out of it in a second, it looks like.
I know, but even this little bit of rain is making it pool back up on the roads. And I was like, dang it, it was starting to look better, and now it's wet again.
So, I put out a tweet. I'm trying to get some sort of assistance. Are you, do you think you need another vehicle, or do you just need more traction boards, or what do you think you need to just go straight out of there?
Honestly, at this point, I think all I really need to do is kind of wait for the road to dry out more. Like, I saved myself big time. Like, I had, like, skidded sideways, and, like, my right rear tire was, like, right along the side of the road. And with the wind coming from the left and how much it was raining, there was, like, a creek running down the right side of the road. So I went out there in absolute pouring rain, like, 3 times, and put my traction boards under the front tires so I could at least, like, get my right rear tire out of that, because it was starting to sink in, like, 4 inches of mud. So I'm pretty much in the center of the road right now, in probably, like, half an inch to an inch of mud, like, sunk underneath the tires. So overall, I think I'm in a pretty good spot. If I hadn't done anything, I would be in a world of hurting right now.
Okay. I'm gonna make some sort of attempt here, because I don't know about you, but I don't want to be dicking around out here all night. So I'm gonna see. I know 81 shows closed, but I'm gonna see if I can sneak up there. Otherwise, if I have to go up to Wellington and down, it's not a big deal. I'm crossing over I-35 already. Maybe we can figure something out. At least get you going, and then at least we've got another set of traction boards and shit too. Maybe get them under, even if we gotta pull it or something, get them under all 4 tires or something. May help you out some or something, just to keep it from sinking and shit. I should be there in a couple of minutes unless I have to go around.
Alright, yeah, sounds good. Right now, I do also have the traction boards underneath the front tires. Like, I only drove, like, halfway up on them, so as it continued to rain, like, the front tires wouldn't continually sink down in the mud, because otherwise I would have had to dig underneath the tires to get the traction boards under there. So overall, I'm in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, just judging on everything that I've seen, you don't look very stuck. Like you look like maybe like a 3 out of 10 stuck. So I feel pretty optimistic that we'll be able to get you out of there.
Oh yeah, when I first got here though, it was easily a 7 out of 10 stuck. Like, if I didn't have those recovery boards with me, I would be really SOL right now, and I'm convinced my right rear tire would be submerged in probably 7 to 8 inches of mud, and the axle probably would be too.
Yeah, your quick thinking definitely is gonna pay off here.
I am going to shut off my Radar Omega feed and change it from public. I mean, actually, I can probably keep it how it is. If anyone wants to watch there, they can, but yeah. Since you said you're only a couple minutes out, I am going to step out of the vehicle and just walk that road behind me just to make sure it's not like completely washed out or something, because when I came through here, I smoked. Like, it looked like a creek. Well, I didn't see it. It felt like a creek, and water shot up like 5 feet on either side of the vehicle, so I want to make sure you're not going to drive through like a 3-foot deep puddle or something.
All right, and you're saying to the east, it's probably a no-go. Like it gets worse to the east, so don't even think about approaching from the east.
Probably, because this road starts out as a little bit of gravel, so it goes gravel for probably the first 100 yards, and then the last 200 were mud. But if you try to keep going this way, I can't visually see how the road continues on from here. Like, and it could just be a complete mud hole with a 3-foot deep swamp. I have no idea.
Well, it says local traffic for the road, so I'm going to a local problem, so I'm going to continue north. I don't know if it's blocked off.
I like
or not,
that.
I mean, it says local traffic, and I'm going locally, so we'll see. Save me 20 minutes.
Alright guys, I'm gonna try something. I don't know how well this is going to work. I'm going to attempt to bring the microphone with me, and I'm also going to try using my phone as a portable camera so I can take you guys with me as we go check out this road. So I have no idea if this will actually work or not, because I have never tested this outside of like sitting at home. So I'm gonna try it. Let's see, phone camera, start. Okay, this may or may not work, so we're just gonna keep at it and see if it works, and before we go for a little walk. So this is what it currently looks like. Definitely a good amount of sinking in the mud here. See, my right rear tire was like way back in there, and I managed to get out of here with the traction boards and continue back this way. So we're gonna walk this way and see just how bad of a situation we're in. right here could be a lot worse. Like right in here, it gets a little soupy again. So guys, how did that work? I really have no idea how the portable camera worked, because that's the first time I've ever tried it. You guys will have to let me know. Oh man. You guys just saw the roof cam the entire time? Oh man. Well, I got good news and bad news. Good news is that it seems to be drying out a little bit. Bad news is that area that I was talking about where all of the water had gotten kicked up like 5 feet when I went over it, it is now a little lake over mud. Water is probably about 3 to 4 inches deep from what I could see, and it's about 20 to 30 yards long, and it goes across the entire road. So that's the bad news.
Aiden, you back by radio?
Yes, I am.
Alright, so I just talked to one of the sheriff's deputies, and she's got a Durango with bald tires, and she said it was really rough getting through up here, but she also has a Durango with bald tires, so I'm going to try to get through here. I'm taking a back road.
Copy that. Yeah, I just walked behind the vehicle, and about a third of the way between the road and where I'm at, we have a lake.
Cool.
Yeah, it's at least 4 inches deep in the deepest area, and it's over mud, and it goes on for at least 30 yards.
That's between you and the road?
Yep, I'm looking out my driver's window right now, and there's a stream of water kind of going from in front of me to behind me, and apparently it's all running down this little incline and accumulating at the lake.
Alright, we're probably going to have to start figuring something out quick, so in case that road goes even worse. You know, you got any tractors or farmers around there it looks like we could walk to?
There is a little farm not far from me that it has a tractor on the outside, but I don't see like any building or anything like where anyone lives. But I am gonna at least attempt to move and see what I can do to see how bad I'm actually stuck right now, because I haven't tried since it stopped raining. Okay, yep, that's still no good. Yeah, that's not ideal. Okay, update. I think I will hopefully be able to get out of here. It'll just take a long time, but I should be able to at least start to shimmy my way out of this.
Well, the good news that we have is these back roads are actually, I don't know how you got that unlucky, because these back roads are like brand new gravel and it's nicer than the paved roads. You just got in a real unlucky spot. So whatever we got to do here, at least it's not like it's a question of getting out past that.
Oh yeah, that must just... Yeah guys, this is not going to be fun, and I'm going to have so much mud on my floor mats because I'm not going to scrape off my shoes every time I have to get back in the vehicle. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use the traction boards and just slowly start doing a Y turn. That's all I can do. Go like 2 feet at a time, and then adjust the wheels, move the boards, and do it again. Here we go. Oh, my hands are so nasty right now. I don't even have like any napkins or paper towels or anything. Oh no, these fields are going to be absolutely swamped. Because at least the road here has a little bit of gravel with it. Oh, I do have a couple of microfiber rags with me for cleaning my windows. Good call, Plumbo. Alright, I found a singular microfiber cloth right now. I want to save the other one in case I actually need to like clean my window or something. But if I need to use it for this, I need to use it for this. I don't really have a choice, but here we go. We've now turned 45 degrees, so here we go. See if we can keep going. Okay. Slow but steady wins the race, I guess. Looks like Vince is coming up behind me. Oh, absolutely, my vehicle looks like it's been in the mud valley. There we go. Okay, this is actually working. The mud is helping me slide. All right. It's going again. Okay, I need to reposition them just a little bit closer underneath the wheels. Let's try this yet again. Here we go. Cripes. Okay, progress. long as I can get them moving and keep some momentum going. I mean, if eventually I might have to scrape off like the rear wheels, but it's not like scraping in the wheel wells right now, so we should be good. I don't care about the floor mats. I'm trying not to get like the steering wheel all muddy and full of shit. I've got like one rag.
If this doesn't do anything at all, I'll walk my dog with those other boards.
Wait, if I didn't have those boards, I would have been totally screwed.
They're pretty easy.
Yeah.
I did say on the streams if there was any locals to just show the fuck up. Because if somebody comes out, even if it's another vehicle like mine, I have no problem backing down here. I just want something in case I got stuck.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna try this.
All right.
I'm gonna go grab mine because if we can keep you on them, you'll go, and we'll just do it.
Oh,
one at a
if we
time.
need to, I can also take air out of the tires. It's no
Was he
big deal.
gonna say
I got a compressor.
Okay, so do I. I'll go grab mine and some gloves, because if we just do that one at a time, because you moved right, you're right easy.
Yeah, I'll just because I can, I'll take some air out of the tires. It's not a big
Yeah,
deal.
if you take someone on the front, it'll bite on them better.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
I'm out of range of the wireless mic, but that's okay. What we're gonna do quick.
Do we have volume now?
So I would like
Let
to
me
leave
check.
tomorrow just an open end in case something changes. Because like I know this MCB shit's usually early, but maybe something will happen and there'll be stuff will get postponed or whatever. You know, we were supposed to have 100-mile-an-hour wind today and we didn't. So you never know; it could be the opposite tomorrow. So I kind of want to leave it open ended, but I'm also not going to drive all night for a nothing burger. So yeah, I'm going to get out. I think I'm going to go through Wichita because
Okay, yes, we do have
you
audio
mentioned
now.
the flooding, and you're
Fantastic.
probably right. It's going to be an absolute disaster scene up there, and everything's going to be booked, and there's not going to be any food open. So I'm going to try to just get past Wichita, just anywhere outside of Wichita, and then figure it out.
I think I may have pushed a mute button somewhere,
Sounds
but
good.
wow, that was quite the day, let me tell you. I know some of you have been sticking around for quite a while to see how tonight's adventures ended, and surprisingly, Plumbo, I have 0 tire balance issues right now. Like, there's no clunking, bumping, nothing. Everything feels like it's riding smooth. Ain't no problem for the Buick Encore. Said it before and I'll say it again. But thanks so much to everyone who watched today. I know this definitely did not end how, or maybe not end, but definitely didn't occur how many people expected it to. But it was a memorable day, that's for sure, and I'm gonna remember this chase day for a very long time. Yeah. Funny thing is, I have garbage bags on the list of things to pack, and I must have glimpsed over it when I was going through my packing checklist before I left for this multi-day chase. So, yeah, that's definitely going on the list. And paper towels, absolutely, definitely. I will need to get new microfiber cloths because these are now completely covered in mud and completely useless to clean any of the windows. Oh yeah, that sign absolutely should have been bigger. It was raining so hard that I couldn't see the sign that said "Do not enter while it's raining." But in all honesty, I'm glad that there was a sign, I guess. I mean, I missed it, obviously, but for like normal situations when it's not absolutely dumping rain where you can't see 5 feet in front of you, that sign would typically be valid because people would be able to see it and be, oh, I should not go down this road. But yeah, I was staying positive the whole time, and I didn't think it was a critical situation. I mean, yeah, it was definitely a crappy situation, but getting all flustered about it and getting mad was not going to help anything because, well, you can't do anything in that situation other than just wait till it stops raining. Oh, is this road closed? Is this closed, or was it closed?
Yeah, I don't know. Respect my authority. Do what I want. I have a feeling it was probably underwater.
Oh yeah, for sure. It was definitely underwater at some point. Yeah, knock that cone out of the way for me. Well, I'll just hit it with the Buick Encore.
Did I smoke it?
No, we both missed it.
Damn it. I actually could use some of those cones.
Yes, Vince did come back for me. which he said he would. But I'm not saying he would not have come back by any means, but I'm saying if I was out here alone and there was no one else around to help, he flat out admitted it when he was out there with me. Like, he literally
Is
did.
that Pizza Hut? Actually, oh.
He literally did nothing.
Damn, I was tempted.
Other than like be there for support, pretty much. Like, there's nothing that he did that I wouldn't have been able to do by myself if he wasn't there. And he flat out told me that. I'm not brushing off his help by any means and saying, oh, I didn't need him. Like, I was grateful that he came and he was there, and it was fun to have someone to talk to. But yeah, if worse came to worse and I was out there alone, I would have been able to get out. But yeah, it was interesting day. As I said yesterday towards the end of my stream, it's better to have something and not need it than the other way around. And well, today was one of those days that I was very glad that I had just about everything that I had packed. As many of you, yes, he did help push for a minute. Yes, he did. I will give him that. How much it helped or didn't help, I have no idea, because you can't go back and figure that out. But he was there and he helped, so I'm very grateful for that. I kind of forgot he had... But yeah, as many of you probably know, I try to cut as many costs as I can when I'm out chasing, because I don't have a ton of money to like spend on chasing all the time. So I have a bed built in the back of my vehicle here where I just like, I pull over somewhere and I sleep in here and I don't have to pay for like a motel room every night.
Do you need to stop here, or are you good?
I'm good.
Alright.
But I have it so that I can like sleep in my vehicle. I have pillows, blankets. I have like a platform bed back there so I can sleep comfortably without having to sleep in a driver's seat. But I think tonight I'm going to go get a motel room.
Alright, I'm actually going to go to this Mac Disappointment real quick. I got to order in the app though. It'll take me a minute, but I'm going to slide in here. I'm afraid Wichita's going to be closed. I didn't realize it was 9 o'clock.
If they're open, I'm definitely going to stop for food. I am famished.
Oh yeah, they're definitely open, it looks like. It doesn't look like a good one, but it looks like one. I mean, you know, if it's garbage, then we still have time tonight to potentially find one that's not garbage.
Maybe. Give me just a second, guys, while I order what I'm going to order. I mean, hi, can I get 3 cheeseburgers and a medium fry? Yeah, that. I'll also take 1 cup of water. Okay, thank you. Give me just a second, guys. I think I have. Okay, 5 and 12. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so typically I just sleep in my vehicle, and I get like when I'm out chasing on extended durations, I typically only get a motel like every third night or something. Just like obviously to like take a shower and stuff. Like I've also stopped at like truck stops as well, and just like a Love's or something and use their shower. So I don't go like 5 days without a shower because that'd just be absolutely nasty. But for obvious reasons. But yeah, I usually try to get a motel room every like 3 nights. One, because I have to recharge a bunch of my stuff, so I have power to plug it in and all that stuff. But tonight, I think is definitely going to be one of those nights where I'm going to splurge, so to speak, and get a motel room so I can warm up and get out of these soaking wet clothes, be able to take a nice warm shower and sleep in a real bed. So that's my plan for the rest of the night. I'm gonna be shutting the stream down here in just a couple minutes. In fact, I'm probably gonna cut it off on Radar Omega right now because there's absolutely no reason for it to still be going in the app. So if anyone's watching there, I'm sorry I'm cutting your feed in just a second. But thanks for everyone for watching there. If you did, had a lot of fun today in a weird way. Yeah, definitely gonna be getting one of those motel rooms tonight. Hopefully it's not outrageously expensive. But I've got so much mud everywhere. My boots are waterproof, but like anything, they're not rubber boots, they're like work boots that are waterproof. So after I like walk through that like 4-inch deep puddle, like the inside of my waterproof boots are wet, so they're never gonna dry out. Unless I like take them off and like put them next to a fan or something for like 3 days or whatever. But I have another pair of shoes with me, so it's not that big of a deal. But oh, this is we'll be here a minute.
Why? Hang on. What is open? Yeah, that's fine. I'm waiting for the car in front of me to move. Yeah. Oh my god. I see what you're talking about. It was like, I said second window, and it was like pointing. I'm like, yeah, dude, there's a car in front of me.
This restaurant is locally owned and operated by Lane Enterprises. We welcome your comments and feedback.
Well, Lane Enterprises sucks.
Well, it says we welcome your comments and feedback, and it has a corporate office number.
I give them some feedback, alright.
I knew it was going to be a while when I saw the vehicle that had already been at this third window for like 5 minutes before I got here, put it into park. As soon as we get the food here, and then I'll probably keep the stream live for like another 5 to 10 minutes after we get our food. So we could be live for at least another hour depending on how long the food takes. So Oh my gosh, the inside of this vehicle is an absolute mess right now. Absolute mess. What car do I drive? I drive the one and only storm chasing 2015 Buick Encore. Most badass storm chasing vehicle you can get. Can't convince me otherwise. This thing has done everything I need it to do and more. I mean, ideally, this isn't the most ideal storm chasing vehicle, but I just say that.
Did you have the cheeseburger?
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, it is absolutely better than a 2009 Honda Accord LXP. Ain't no way your Honda Accord would have gotten out of that mess today. Let me tell you, that was a job that only the Buick Encore could handle. I'm just gonna pull up over here and just park for a minute. Yeah, yep, exactly. Your Honda Accord would have been stuck for 5 business days.
The oven is down. They cannot give me the cookies that I ordered. They have an apple pie. Over.
Oh, that sucks.
Ice cream machine and oven are broken. What's next?
It works.
Yeah, ain't no
Hold on, I
problem.
think the drink is broken.
Are they gonna call you and charge you $250 for it?
Speaking of which, they called me while we were stuck.
I love how you said when we were stuck.
Well, it's the thought that counts, right?
Exactly, it was a team effort. All for one and one for all.
Dude, I got a half full large Coke. Like, I'm so over this. Alright, I'm back on the road. Oh, hello, I see you. Jesus Christ. She's like, our oven is down, and I'm just like, yeah, are you about to tell me that I'm not getting any food? She's like, it's actually your cookies. And I'm like, oh, fuck it, cookies, there's some food.
Sorry, our lights are out. We can't actually make your order because we can't see.
It's like a small miracle they have electricity and running water in there. What the hell's going on?
It actually is a small miracle they have electricity the way the world's apparently ending around us right now. I mean, with all the freaking storm damage and shit.
I mean, if they don't have running water, I'm sure they could find plenty of water around here.
Dude, she loaded me up on pies. There's like 4 pies in here. Do you want to... Never mind, there's 2 pies in here. I thought there were 4. I was totally going to offer you 2 pies, but screw you, I'm eating them.
Well, once again, it's the thought that counts.
Well, it really wasn't a thought because I instantly changed my mind, but that's alright.
Or the water going in.
Like I said, my backup plan, if you were totally stuck and there was nothing I could do, I figured, well, I could at least, like, take you into town and we could get something to eat. Maybe the road would dry out, so... but now you see where we would have went to eat, so it's a good thing, you know. We have options.
Oh yeah, good thing the Buick Encore pulled through. Once again, this just goes to prove that it ain't no problem for the Buick Encore, and anyone that says, oh, that's not a storm chasing vehicle, yeah, well, I survived going down a mud road that said do not go down this road if it's raining, and it was pouring rain.
That car is just a meme at this point. I mean, you know, it's like Daniel's RAV4. It's Aiden's Buick.
It is legendary. I guess we can actually keep the stream up for a couple minutes yet, because at least there's some lightning off in the distance.
We gotta have like a car show. It's like we gotta have like a parking lot somewhere, like after Chase Day. Like we gotta have Daniel's RAV4, we gotta have the Buick Encore, and we gotta have the Accord all lined up.
Well, the Accord actually has to go on a couple of chases before it can show up at the convention.
That's fair. I think I only had one recently. That was April 20th at Jefferson City. Whatever. Yeah, I gotta go on more chases. Good point.
All those.
Should have seen how hard I rolled my eyes when you were like, "Hey guys, there's more rain coming," as we're like knee deep in the freaking swamp.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to give you guys a heads up because, like, what if it started fucking dumping rain and there was just like, I don't know. It wasn't that much rain. I probably should have just not said anything, but I didn't want to be like, oh yeah, there's about to be more flooding. Have fun.
No, it's fine. Like, we appreciate it. It was like the timing was just funny because we were like swamping ourselves.
All
out
those
and
red
coming
flashing
up,
lights are the tops
radio
of
keys up
wind
and on.
turbines. They're
There's
all
more rain
synced
coming.
via satellite, so that they all flash at the same time for aircraft to not hit them.
Yeah. Poor timing, probably. Could have waited a few minutes.
What in the cluster was going back there where we entered the highway?
Whatever it was not my problem.
I think you were still away, Plumber, when I talked about this, but surprisingly, I have zero tire balance issues right now. Like, I was expecting it to be clunking and shimmying around with all the imbalance from all the mud lodged up in the rims or whatever. Absolutely nothing. It's driving as smooth can be. And has been from the moment that I pulled out of that gravel road. So it's not like all the mud got kicked off. It was like that from the very beginning. So, oh, that was cool lightning. Got to make sure the camera's actually... Oh, I'm still zoomed way in. There, I'll give you guys the wide view of it so you guys can see all of it.
Dude, look at the structure to the right of the road up here. Like 1 o'clock when it flashes.
I was just about to say, I'm not going to shut my stream down because there's still stuff to see. And that must be that severe warning that's right over Wichita. Yeah, wow, this is some actually really cool structure, guys. Even after all I went through today, the chase is still not over, and I still get a storm.
Hey, Aiden, there's still time.
Absolutely, there is still time. You guys will have to let me know if the stream signal keeps cutting out. Because as I was sitting there on the gravel road, it made no sense to keep drawing power from the inverter to power the Starlink, so I did unplug Starlink. So if the signal starts struggling a lot, just let me know and I'll plug it back in. Yeah, that is some pretty good structure, holy cow. Oh wow, okay, I have officially changed my mind. I am going to restart the public stream over on Radar Omega, because we're no longer sitting at a McDonald's. We actually have really cool lighting and structure and all that stuff. Oh good, we are public. Perfect. To be in a fairly good area for cell signal. Oh, I forgot I turned the bitrate down because I was sitting there not doing anything other than streaming a muddy road. So I just turned the bitrate up so the video quality should improve a little bit.
Alright, I had a phone call, but yeah, that actually looks really good. I'm surprised.
Yeah, for a little while back there it was like a full-on bell shape.
Oh, I know. I'm really impressed.
As we were sitting at the McDonald's drive-thru, I told everyone on the stream that I was going to shut it down probably about 10 minutes after we left the McDonald's, but heck, I'm leaving this thing going because we've got a light show going.
Yeah, the same ads.
Storm west of us just went severe warned as well.
Dude, this is like a monsoon coming.
Yeah, I'm really glad I got off of that road before it rained even more. Yeah, this is absolute insanity. This is a lot of rain for this area. Holy cow. I just realized I probably should stop in the near future and put air back in my front tires.
What?
I'm gonna stop very soon and put air back in my front tires because I took out some PSI to get out of the mud.
Okay. Maybe there's one of those little service islands up here. I think there's one on the Sussex Wichita or something.
That'd be fantastic. I mean, I'll pull out my air compressor if I have to, but if I don't need to, I won't. Yeah, this light show is pretty incredible. I was not anticipating this. Tonight,
Looks like there's a gas station or something up here. Maybe not. There's something up here.
alright, copy that. Casino.
Yeah, if you want, this might be their last shot before you get bridged.
I mean, I don't know. I've had pretty damn good luck today getting out of there with the Buick Encore. I might have to go gamble a little bit. I don't know.
I stayed at that Hampton Inn once. Right, it's like massive. Like the Hampton Inn's bigger than the freaking casino. If you want to just pull up in front of me on the entrance ramp, I'll put my floodlights on so you got some light.
Works for me. I will be back in a couple minutes. Gonna fire up my air compressor and put some PSI back in the tires. So we'll be back momentarily. the freaking floor.
Yeah, that's a mess.
Like, all over the inside here. It's just freaking everywhere. tires are all pumped back up. I only took air out of the front too. And since it, weird to say, but it looks like since we might be streaming for a while yet, I'm gonna make sure the Starlink is going up. So we have the Starlink again. Because I don't know what the rest of the night will entail. It very well could be that we go north towards Wichita and there's like a ton of flooding and we'll turn to flash flooding coverage, but regardless, here we go. Oh no, I wasn't actually going to gamble. At first I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Like, what was I saying I was going to gamble on? And then, oh, like actual gambling. I had said that, I had made that joke. But yeah. Now I'm going to have to eat some of my dang food. I was trying to scrape a bunch of the mud off of my hands, because I don't want to eat my french fries and get mud all over them. That would not be ideal. Once again, air compressor. Rather have it and not need it than the other way around. Said at the beginning of the stream, I had no idea what to expect today. The stream could end at 6 o'clock or it could end at 10 o'clock, and here we are at 9:45 and still going strong. With a minor inconvenience / detour about halfway through maybe. Hold on just a second, guys. Why is this doing this? Oh, that's why. Good gracious. Hold on. white lightning. I was trying to figure out why I just got the low battery notification on my computer. I was like, what the heck, why? Apparently at some point I had unplugged the inverter from the vehicle as I was getting in and out of the vehicle. I was like, a very good reason why I didn't notice anything was wrong, because I have that uninterrupted power supply with like a lot of battery. It has a battery backup for a lot of this stuff, so that must have been what was still running the stream and all of the encoder stuff. Lots of lightning.
Departments are going to like routine calls still, but I may kind of slow down as I pass through here. I looked at hotels in Wichita, and it's not happening. They're booked up, so I'm gonna probably go up the tollway for a while. I may go to Emporia. El Dorado is sold out, so I may have to go to Emporia. But I'm gonna play it by ear before I make any decisions. I just want to make sure I get through here and make sure there's no like chaos. You know, if there's a tidal wave or anything.
Copy that. Makes sense. Going on here. Oh, sorry. I can probably try to turn the roof cam a little bit. Get some of the rain blown off of it, potentially. Tons of lightning right now. button. Give me just a second. Gotta fix the button. There we go. This is not a very wide road here. If I'm not mistaken, the sign said the speed limit was 60.
Oh, now you notice the sign. Hold on, we're hitting our brakes up here. 29 was too fast.
Inside windows fogging up. Let's get a little bit of defrost going. Looks like the majority of the lightning is going to be kind of off to the left. So I'll get the camera spun that way. But yeah, we're keeping the live stream going because there's still active storms in the area and monitoring for flash flooding potential up ahead. So, man, it's still not blowing all the rain off the lens. Oh well, there's really nothing I can do about that right now. Wow. Lots of lightning. I might actually spin the camera back around to the front facing slightly because there's a lot of lightning to the left, but it's kind of all hidden, so it's just the flashes. Up ahead here, I'm seeing some nice lightning where you can actually see the bolts if the rain on the lens kind of clears off a little. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately there's not much I can do with the rain on the lens right now. It's a lot more manageable during the day when there's not all these street lights reflecting off of every little raindrop on the lens. But at night we don't quite have that luxury. So street lights reflecting make the camera look a lot worse than it would during the daytime. Because like right now it looks fine. That was cool lightning. Well, welcome to, I can't quite see the full name right now. One sec. Ooh. Well, welcome to our individual who's watching us from Kansas, Independence, Kansas. I don't quite, I can't pinpoint where that is off the top of my head, but regardless. I just realized there's 3 tornado warnings down in Oklahoma and one of them's observed.
Oh yeah, Mike Morgan's having a fit probably.
Yeah, I just watched like a unwarned tornado go by KBNX. It's pretty crazy.
Lightning. I say that like every time I see cool lightning. It happens a lot. It's just a habit. Because why not complement the cool looking lightning? Oh, looks like we've got overpass patties over here. Well, thank you for joining and have a good night to you as well. It's been... Yeah, I just came up with that overpass patties. I think that one might stick. That one might stick around for future uses. I don't know where that came from, but I kind of like it. Anyone who's named Patty probably doesn't like it, but it's such a minuscule number of...
I just shot my stuff down since I made it out of the warning.
Copy that. I might not be far behind. Yeah, I'll probably be shutting the stream down here shortly. It's been quite an interesting day, to say the least. But I've gotta get somewhere where I can get out of the vehicle, relax, take a shower, get some sleep, because my clothes are still absolutely soaked. And it's quite uncomfortable. I have waterproof work boots, but once water gets inside of them, like over the tops by your ankles, once there's water inside, since they're waterproof, it keeps the water inside. So like every time I push the gas pedal, I feel the water squish up from like the padding of my boot and my sock and just goes like up around my foot, and it's like, oh, that's fun. More cool lightning. Yes, it has been a most uncomfortable afternoon since, since I got absolutely soaked getting the vehicle somewhat out of harm's way of the mud, so that I was able to get out easily, not easily, but more easily later. There will likely not be a stream tomorrow. There's a very, very slim chance of one, but likely not. Day 3, there's a large marginal risk for like North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, and I think portions of western Wisconsin. So I'll probably be out for that. And then after that, it looks like there will be active weather pattern again as we enter the weekend. Oh, now Taylor's here. Just as I'm saying I'm about to get ready to shut down the stream. Now she shows up. But yeah, tomorrow, like I said, very slim chance of a chase somewhere Kansas and Missouri, maybe. But more than likely, tomorrow is going to be a repositioning day for the day 3 risk and cleaning all of this mud out of the vehicle. I'm hoping driving through some of this rain will wash some of the mud off the outside. But that's not what I'm concerned about. I'm more concerned about all the mud on the inside and how unfun that's going to be to try to clean out. Although there were some lull points in the stream, I think that overall it was a fairly action-packed day, even as we were just sitting there on the mud road stuck. There was still lots going on. We had lightning all around, we had very strong winds, lots of rain, and then of course the adventure of getting unstuck in the mud. All that fun stuff. But thanks to everyone who watched today. Welcome to all of the new subscribers and those of you who gave PayPal amounts. Much appreciated. But I will likely see you, today's Tuesday, so likely Thursday will be when I'll be back streaming. So until then, have a good night, everyone. Once I get this actually shut down.
I have 3 miles to empty. I'm gonna stop to get gas.
Well, good. I'm approaching an 1/8 of a tank as well.
My fuel light's been on so long, I forgot I was on.
Nice. Whoa, that was cool lightning. Oh, man, was... Okay. Come on, buddy. Yep, give me just a moment and then this will be shut down. I'm just gonna wait till we pull off to the side here. It's one of those Midwest goodbyes, I guess.